Do I do this? Good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:03. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the June 2023 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out the sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your full name, address, if you are for or against the proposal, and if you're here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me to the left in order I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers, or if necessary, may be escorted out by security. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay? Not here. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Flores here. Commissioner Garza? Not here. Commissioner Johnson? Not here. Commissioner Laspata? Not here. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Not here. Commissioner Reyes? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Esposato? Not here. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. We will now approve the minutes from the May 18, 2023 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on May 18, 2023? Motion by Commissioner Escareño. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Not here. Commissioner Biaggi, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Abstain. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Thank you. Abstain. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Abstain. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. We will go on to the public testimony portion of the meeting. Just a reminder, as we have returned to the in-person hearings, we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the back of the chamber. Staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Next in the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 under the disposition heading and items 2 through 4 under the ANLAP heading? Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. Roll call vote. Biaggi is a yes. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah.
Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item today is D1, a proposed amendment to Plan Development 643 submitted by Ani 357 North Green LLC for the property generally located at 320 North Jefferson, 650 West Wayman, 740 West Fulton Market, and 331 North Halsted. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development 643 to remove sub-area E and adjust the PD boundaries. No other changes to Plan Development 643 are proposed. This is item 22104, and it's in the 34th Ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview and present the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Joshua Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed plan development amendment. Excuse me 1 second. All right. This proposed plan development amendment is generally located at 320 North Jefferson Street, 650 West Wayman Street, 740 West Fulton Market, and 331 North Halsted. It is located within the near west side community area within the 27th and 34th wards. The applicant, Ani 357 North Green LLC, and their development team appear here today for the process of amending Residential Business Plan Development 643 or PD 643 at the subject site. The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development amendment application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the applicant proposes to amend PD 643 to remove sub-area E and adjust the PD boundaries. Sub-area E will be part of a new PD, which will be reviewed following this item. No other changes to PD 643 are proposed. With that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Edward Kuss with the applicant team to discuss subsequent slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the Commission. My name is Ed Kuss, an attorney with the Taft Law Firm located at 111 East Wacker in Chicago. I'm pleased to appear this morning on behalf of Ani 357 North Green LLC, which is the applicant and owner of the property. Joining me this morning is Mr. Paul Pirro, Director of Development for Ani, Mr. Scott Sire, architect with Solomon Cordwell and Benz, Louis Abuna, traffic consultant with CLOA, and Matt Strange with Confluence Landscape. As Josh said, this is unusual in that there is no development taking place. You'll see the existing boundaries of the plan development on the screen before you. The piece that is being removed is the piece on your far left on the west side of Halsted Street. This PD was put into place many years ago, and for whatever reason, I think it was commonality of ownership. Sub-area E, which again is located west of Halsted Street, while the remainder of the PD is located east of Halsted Street, was included because of commonality of ownership. Here are the various sub-areas of the PD. And again, sub-area E on the far left, which is actually in the 27th ward, and the remainder of the PD is in the 34th ward. Upon approval, sub-area E would be eliminated from this PD and the boundaries would be adjusted to reflect sub-areas A, B, C, and D. By the way, sub-area E is vacant, has never been built out. It was used for truck storage for many, many years, but it's never had a building on it. With that, I'll turn it back over to Josh.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the amendment to PD 643 would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed amendment to PD 643 to change the zoning designation from PD 643 as amended to PD 643 as amended due to the removal of sub-area E and to adjust the PD boundaries is consistent with other zoning adjacent to the site and in the immediate area. The proposed amendment promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood per 17-8-0103. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And we have only one speaker signed up to speak on this item. If Mr. Sanchez, Noel Sanchez, could come up to the microphone from SEIU Local 1.
Morning, my name is Noel Sanchez, Noel Sanchez, Sanchez. I'm an organizer with SEIU Local 1. Local 1 opposed the only project in Fulton Market because they are the largest non-union residential developer owner in Chicago. Only non-union development underscore the good union standard pay at the vast majority of residential tower in the city, and they are direct training to work families in the city of Chicago. Only has a proven poor track record and affordable housing in the city of Chicago, facing a federal housing discrimination case and multiple accusations of trying to go back on their good or unaffordable housing promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you. So we just heard a comment, a public statement from SEIU. Could the applicant talk to the comments made by SEIU?
My name is Paul Purewall. I'm the Director of Development for the Ani Group. We've heard Mr. Sanchez's statement. This is going to be a commercial building. It will not have residential units on it. When we do go through the PD application process, we as a developer have built 20% affordable housing on site at Old Town Park and other properties.
So then the comments are not true, or
They're not true.
is there any opportunity for you guys to sit down to figure out there's a way to work together?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be willing to have a conversation.
Okay, and I'd be more than happy to facilitate if need be.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by the commissioners? Yep. Oh. Commissioner Sicha Lopez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also like to echo the comments of Chairman Villegas. I'd like to be added to that meeting to make sure that we follow up those commitments if indeed those claims are not true. So I just want to second that for the record.
Thank you. Is Alderman Conway or anybody from his staff to make a statement on the position of this item? No? Okay, thank you. And just one more time, do the commissioners have any follow-up questions or comments before I ask for a motion on this item? No, thank you. So with that, do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Plan Development 643 submitted by Ani 357 North Green LLC for the property generally located at 320 North Jefferson, 650 West Wayman, 740 West Fulton Market, and 331 North Halsted, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second? Thank you. Second by Commissioner Novara. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi? Commissioner Brumfield? Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Dowell? Commissioner Escareno? Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara? Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Abstain. Commissioner Tillman? Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Next one, right? The next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed business plan development submitted by Ani. Again, 357 North Green LLC for the property generally located at 357-359 North Green Street. The applicant proposes to combine and rezone two sites, a northern site currently zoned M3-3 heavy industry district, and a southern site previously sub-area E of PD 643 to DX7 downtown mixed-use district, underline, and then to a business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 495-foot tall office building with amenity space on the upper floors, ground floor commercial space, and open space plazas, a maximum of 329 parking spaces and a minimum of 50 bicycle parking spaces are proposed. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. This is item 22103, and this is in the 27th ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. Good morning again, commissioners. For the record, my name is Joshua Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 357 North Green Street and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th ward. The applicant, Ani 357 North Green LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a business plan development at the subject site. As mentioned before, this request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development pursuant to sections 17-08, 17-08-0512, and 17-08-0514 of the Chicago zoning ordinance due to the fact that the proposed building would be taller than 155 feet in height in the proposed underlying DX-7 downtown mixed-use district. And in addition, the proposal would seek to utilize the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus. The subject site is located in the near West Side community area, where the total population was 67,800 people in an area that developed rapidly in the late 19th and 20th centuries as an important industrial and manufacturing area. The site consists of an area located within an equitable transit-oriented development area, and it is located within 1,350 feet of the Morgan Green and Pink Line stop and adjacent to the number 8 Halsted bus, as you can see on the slide. The proposed site is located in an area that was once prominently zoned industrial, and over time, this area has seen the development of planned developments and a mix of uses. The applicant proposes to combine and rezone two sites, a northern site currently zoned M2-3 Light Industry District, and a southern site previously sub-area E of PD 643 to a DX-7 downtown mixed-use district underlying, then to a business plan development. The site is located just west of North Halsted, which rises about 19 feet above grade, the Kennedy Expressway, which currently runs underneath, Metro tracks abut the south border of the site, Green Street, located on the west, and Kinsey, located on the north, both are at grade. Here, you can see the proposed PD located in context with the rest of the city, looking southeast. This slide showcases an aerial providing more context of the site. Again, you can see the Metro tracks on the south, excuse me, with Halsted on the east, Green Street on the west, and Kinsey on the north. These are some existing condition photos. The upper left photo shows existing conditions looking southeast at the intersection of Kinsey and Green. You can note Halsted, the elevated Halsted Street in the background. The lower left photo shows existing conditions on Halsted, so we're elevated looking southwest with the current site. This slide shows adjacent projects that have been built, are under construction, or have been approved for development. And we'll head into this rendering, which shows the proposed building. If you're heading south on North Green on the left, and then a closer view, again, being on North Green and Kinsey, looking at the proposed building. And with that said, I will turn it over again to Mr. Edward Kuss with the applicant team to discuss the project timeline and subsequent slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Again, good morning, Chairwoman Flores and members of the commission. My name is Ed Kuss with the Taft Law Firm located at 111 East Wacker in Chicago. I appear this morning on behalf of Ani 357 North Green LLC, which is the applicant and owner of the property. Joining me this morning again is Mr. Paul Purell, Director of Development for Ani, Mr. Scott Sire, Architect to Solomon Cordwell and Benz, Sugue Abuna, our traffic consultant with CLOA, and Matt Strange with Confluence Landscape. As Josh mentioned, this site incorporates sub-area E from PD 643, which we just heard and removed from that plan development to combine with the northern site. There are two properties here. It's a very unique site in that the northeast corner of the site is actually going over Hubbard's Cave, but that will not be built upon. We have the Metro tracks to the south of the property. We have Green Street on the west, and on the east, we have Halsted Street, which is actually elevated about 20 to 25 feet above grade. In terms of the public process timeline, in last April 24th, 2022, we had an intake meeting with the Department of Planning. In December 14th, 2022, we met with the Committee on Design. April 12th, 2023, West Community Association meeting. April 17th, 2023, Neighbors of West Loop meeting. March 15th, PD application filing. And here we are today for the Plan Commission. Changes based upon feedback we heard from the Department of Planning and from the community. Increase in open space at the main plaza. We added green space at the main plaza, and we widened the Paseo walkway, which you'll hear about during the presentation. With that, we reviewed the West Loop design guidelines and discussed them with the Department of Planning, and we believe that we are in compliance with many of the West Loop design guidelines. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Scott Sire, the architect with Solomon Cordwell and Benz, who will present the project to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Sire. I am with SCB Architects. I'll be walking you through the slides of this, the design of the actual proposal. So what you see here is a larger scale site plan with pedestrian traffic in the color purple. But what we noticed was a real opportunity to engage that pedestrian traffic from the elevated Halsted through our building into Fulton Market. This is a slightly enlarged plan which really kind of illustrates some of these opportunities that we will have. We're going to engage the building with activation at all the corners. But we really wanted to do something exciting here where we can introduce that public realm and bring them through the building at that plus 25 elevation of Halsted and bring them down through the building into Green Street where they enter Fulton Market. We do consider this building to be part of the gateway into Fulton Market. This will only accentuate that and help activate the street level. This is a ground floor plan here and shows how the building is orientated. Our lobby will be facing Fulton Market. We have a large open plaza there, which is almost an extension of the plaza to the west, which is part of the 360 North Green development. And what you can also tell is all of our vehicular traffic, whether it be for any parking, any drop-offs, any loading, all of that is going to be taken off of the east side. So that's drawn off of the main pedestrian area, pedestrian path, and all that vehicular access is in blue, which will come out of the Kinsey curb cut. Second floor is at that plus 25 elevation. So here we're elevated alongside Halsted Street. And you get a very good idea here. We can wrap some amenities to activate that second level where it will be visible. But more importantly, this is where that Paseo starts to play in. So something unique, something very site specific is to draw that area in green you see and bring people through a plaza through a variety of steps. We also have right in the center there is a covered outdoor terrace. So all of these areas are basically bringing us towards a higher level of activation, which comes down and terminates at that activated plaza along Green Street, which again, kind of starts to connect across the street. This 3D diagram is really going to be a little bit more depictive of it. It shows you how we enter off of Halsted. We come through the building. It's very unique, but we think it's absolutely going to be an attribute to the building and make it something that people will want to come into, engage in that space. This is the 3D view from Green Street looking towards the building. You get a sense of the lobby experience, but more importantly, you get a sense of that Paseo, and it's pulling you up and it's activated. It's heavily landscaped, but still open for gathering. And you get that sort of peak through there, that opening that will bring you through to the east side along Halsted. Now we're at the other side. So we're at the entry along Halsted Street. And this is where we're drawing you in with activation on both levels, still very prominent, well lit. And it's bringing you in to the point where you get a little window now of Fulton Market. So both entries work together. We hope to bring people in. Very exciting part of this project. These are the typical floor plans. It's, as was mentioned, commercial office. We have our parking floor plan below with its own set of elevators. And then we have a low-rise floor plan and a typical high-rise floor plan, which would be above. The floor plans are two different sizes. It gets smaller as you go up. That's driven by our opportunity to capture as much of the market and different tenants as possible. But it also, as you see, will be a main point to the form of the building. You see here the roof plan. This is showing that all of the roofs and all of those setbacks will be landscaped and will be activated. The elevations, they show the building massing and different scale of the texture of the wall and how it relates to the building, how it relates to the heights. This is the other set of elevations. This is from the south and the east. And you get a little bit of a key into those terraces that we're going to have. Every floor will have a terrace that will face the southeast. So every floor will have some outdoor space, and every floor will have the same view, which is the primary view looking towards the loop and getting that really fantastic view. The section here indicates the building uses per floor. You see the parking podium, you see the office uses. The different colors you see there of orange and purple are amenities. There's an amenity at the roof deck as well. So this image probably hits four main points that are relevant to the design. It is taken from the southeast. It's an aerial view taken from the southwest, excuse me, essentially hovering above the railroad tracks in Green Street. And what you're looking at is the plaza. So we've opened up that plaza, and now you can see how it engages from the property to the west. The building does have a stepped form in relation to the floor plates that we just saw earlier. And every one of those stepped forms is really meant to open up more air and light, not just for the building itself, but for the context. So this building is designed to really maximize the daylight opportunities and views. But it's not singularly inherent in the building itself, it's the context. So you see how it starts to peel away. And every time a form peels away, there's an outdoor activated terrace with fantastic views. Here we have the view looking along the expressway, but really showing how the building has a nice sleek silhouette, and it's almost engaging, but directing itself towards the loop. And this is a similar view here, where we're actually at that car or pedestrian level, looking up at the building. And we looked at a nice textured, slim silhouette that it will be very complementary to the neighborhood, and something that'll be very pleasing as you're approaching into the city. So with respect to the facade, these are the three main components of the tower. To the left is the podium cladding. That's what we have at the base of the building. And as you get further down to the pedestrian level, we found it very pleasing to have a smaller scale, so a more human scale. So here we have a denser set of the profiles. It's glass and metal, and the profiles are at a more denser stage spacing, which are the simply extruded aluminum profiles. And when we get to the tower cladding, they're a bit larger in scale. We're at most a 2-story scale. We're much further up the building. We've introduced a solid spandrel, a metal spandrel. We don't just want an all glass tower here. We want to have some texture. We want it to be a very refined building. And then when you come around on the right-hand side to the tower cladding where you hit the terraces, that's where those terraces are simply carved in with those great views towards the southeast. Materiality of the building, we're looking for something that, again, is refined, but we want to do something that's a little bit different from the area. So we're going to go with a warm color metal. We feel that there's just enough of the silver and perhaps the dark metal. This materiality shows that we would study and explore the warmer metals for the exterior. We would have stone that would be very complementary at the base of the building. And I think very importantly, that image on the right, which is not our building, it's a mock-up of another building, but similar color of metal, that bronzy look, and a very neutral glass. And so we want to be very complementary and dignified with materials. A traffic study has been completed, and it's been found that existing street system can sufficiently accommodate the area's traffic. We have the landscape plan here. This is a site plan illustrating that the design meets all of the local landscaping design guidelines. You also have this opportunity to look at a more thorough connection of that whole view of the Paseo taking you from Halsted to Green Street. Here we have a colored roof plan indicating that not only are the rooftops and all those setbacks activated, but there is a sufficient amount of green roof there. With respect to sustainability, the building will comply with all Chicago sustainability development policies. And with stormwater management, we will exceed or meet the Chicago Stormwater Ordinance. So with that, thank you very much for your time. I'll hand it off to come back to Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Again, for the record, Ed Cuss with Taft Law Firm. In terms of economic and community benefits, this project will generate approximately 1,980 construction jobs, approximately 70 permanent jobs. There will be a public paseo, the walkway connecting Green Street to Halsted Street. There'll be 2 public plazas on Green Street and also on Halsted Street. And that square footage is just over 7,300 square feet of open plaza space, which will be open to the public and open every day of the year between 6 and 11, similar to Park District hours. Bonus payments taking the 4.5 FAR. be $6,269,742, and the industrial corridor conversion fee in the amount of $346,332. And again, the applicant is committed to meeting the city's MBE, WBE participation goals. With that, I'll turn it back over to Joshua Sun.
Thanks. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan approved and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. The proposal is in general conformance with the West Loop Design Guidelines approved and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. The proposed plan development is a unified development per 17-8-0102. The proposed plan development promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. And the proposed plan development demonstrates considered urban design per 17-8-096A. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And we do have two speakers signed up to speak on this item. The first speaker is Mr. Noel Sanchez again from SEIU Local 1, and then the second speaker would be Mr. Butler Adams.
Good morning. This
Good
is
morning.
Noel Sanchez, Noel Sanchez, SANCHEZ. I do my statement already against ONI Group. They agreed to sit down with us, so we're looking forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this project. I got a chance to watch the Committee on Design meeting back in December. Couldn't make comments because Zoom was broken, and attended the West Loop meeting back in April. So this is a very nice project. Been following ONI for a while. The first project was like 369 grand. So I followed that project. And of course, Halsted Point, and of course, 700 Chicago. This is a really nice building. One of the only drawbacks I see is the amount of parking in the structure, the fact that you're going to have about 330 spots. This building is not that big. It's only like, I don't know what, 700,000 square feet. I give architecture tours on the Chicago River. In the past 6 years, I've seen Bank of America, I've seen 150 Riverside, I've seen River Point, and another building go up. They all have more than 1 million square feet. All those 4 buildings combined are like 5 million square feet. And all their parking combined is about the same as this one. So I don't know why you need 330 parking spaces in this area. There's already complaints about traffic in the area, and it's already stated this kind of a rich environment of transportation. So I don't know why that much parking is needed. I know that Alderman Burnett wants a new transit stop at Halsted at the Green Line and Pink Line. I'm for that as well, but I don't know why you need this much parking. I think the SCB has done a really nice job for this project. Here. The other thing I was kind of concerned about is that there was supposed to be like a high-speed rail corridor through this building, through this location right to Union Station. And I'm hoping that the support columns for this project doesn't interfere with the high-speed rail corridor. I know this question was asked at the previous community meeting. I personally didn't like the feedback that I got, so I don't know what Plan Commission and the city really has to say about that, but I do hope that any support columns for this structure avoid the high-speed rail corridor. I know that right now the central area plan is being updated. I also hope that the West Loop guidelines at the same time are updated. You know, Fulton Market Plan was updated a few years ago, but I think it's high time for the West Loop guidelines to be updated. It's been a few years. We have new buildings, we have new architecture. So can we please maybe get an update on that plan? And I hope that the city is also looking at Halsted to see the traffic on that street. And with this building being built there, and with all these buildings going up there, sometimes it's very hard to get down Halsted. So if you can look at the intersection of Halsted and Lake again, because it's hard to get through that intersection, there's some parking there between Halsted and the I-94 ramp on the south side of Halsted, which needs to go away. So if you all can look at the traffic in that area, I think would also help flow. Otherwise, it's a really nice project, and I look forward to seeing it get built. And I'm really curious about that public space on like the 29th floor of this building. That's gonna be cool. So if you all have more info on that, let us know. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
Just a question in terms of like the pedestrian access. I didn't see any type of crosswalks or thought process behind that in order to engage that plaza area.
Yes. Are you speaking to the
think
pedestrian
Green.
access from Green Street?
Yes, I know it's still early, but if there's any, thought on that, I'd like to understand that.
Yes, and I believe we have our teammates from CDOT here also to speak on that. But just high level, I know in terms of providing a crosswalk from just north of the tracks, that wasn't really advisable because we didn't want to have cars queue up over the metro tracks as pedestrians were crossing. So I know that that was one of the things that we were trying to address. But if CDOT had any other comments, Bill?
Hi, Bill Higgins from CDOT. Just to add on to that, the Illinois Commerce Commission dictates a lot of the regulations around grade crossings, and they advised against it. They said they would not allow it to have a crossing mid-block on this block because of the grade crossing and the potential to back up traffic over the train tracks. Because it's state law that people stop for pedestrians in a crosswalk, therefore they would have to stop, and there's potentially a backup situation.
So the obstacle I see is that there's not going to be a clear path, obviously, and people are going to go on their own devices. So signage, whatever is needed in order to dictate where the appropriate crossing is advised.
Yeah, Commissioner Dowell?
Good morning. I too think it's a really beautiful building. Kudos to the architect. Just had a question about the occupancy. The office vacancy rate in Chicago is pretty high. I think it's somewhere around 20%. Do you have financing for this project at this point in time, or is the occupancy rate different in this particular part of what I would call the central business district now? Is there a single tenant that you're building for?
I'll turn this over to the applicant team.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Pirol again with the Ani Group. We've actually presented to a handful of anchor tenants, which would take up about 70% of the building. After today, we're very confident that those negotiations will continue, and we are ready to start construction if those agreements do get signed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you. I also want to echo that it is a very nice building. And very thoughtful on public participation and public access. So I appreciate that. Commissioner, is it possible at some point for planning to let us know where we're at with all the projects that this commission has approved, given that it's taken such a long time for some of these projects to come to fruition? I see that the intake, one of the slides, the intake meeting started in March of last year, 22. And here we are, June of 23, and that's already 15 months. And wondering how can we expedite, or how can we get planning to expedite this process so that way we're not waiting 15 months to get shovels in the ground, or at least approval. So at some point, love to see if planning could tell us all the projects that we've approved, where we're at in the process, where we're at as it relates to actually getting construction done. Because we're talking about thousands of jobs that we're approving every month through the planning commission, but are they actually coming to fruition? So that's what I'm interested in. But very excited about this project. Looking forward to when it comes up, visiting it, because it is really a beautiful building. So thank you.
Commissioner Cox, yes.
Address that. Thank you for the question. Obviously, the answer is kind of very complex because our job is to receive the projects through intake, to give them feedback, and get them to the planning commission stage. A lot of times, once we've done our work, there's a kind of back and forth between the applicant and a whole series of initiatives that they're lining up. So that timeframe, I've seen that timeframe from intake to approval happen in a matter of 4 months. I've seen it happen 12 months, 18, and it does tend to depend on a host of variables. But in this case, I don't know where exactly that holdup would be. But we certainly can give you a snapshot of what our current pipeline looks like, and a little bit a point of simply a point of where things are. But I have found that getting folks to a point where they say they have a project and they can meet with potential anchor tenants is a milestone. And after that, is anyone's guess at the rhythm that and the pace that projects will take. But we were happy to give you a little snapshot of that pipeline.
Commissioner Coxon, just to follow up on that, do we do that twice a year? Is there a set schedule on when we do those updates? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's appropriate during budget season. We tend to collect that kind of information. It's a point in time where we make assessments. I don't know if that timeline works for you, or you're looking for something earlier.
We're dealing with the budget, and there's a lot of moving parts, and so I would love for it to be set aside so that way we can, as a body, kind of find out where everything is at. And then to comment on the commissioner's point around the consistency of applications and how the time frame is, I would hope that, well, I know that we're going to begin to try to figure out a way to condense the period so that way we can get shovels in the ground. I always said time kills deals. And so that's why I'm interested in finding out the projects that we've approved, where are they at? Have they actually come to fruition? Or has the market dictated that, you know, they failed? So that's what I'm interested in. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would want to broaden that conversation, because the reality that we hear from the private sector development side is that there are a whole series of complexities that go way beyond the entitlement process. So we can give you our view, but I think if you spoke directly to the industry, they would give you another set of criteria by which things are moving fast or slow. But I would not want to be the translator of what's going on in the market, as much as I think the industry could tell us why projects move forward or why projects stall. So I think there's a wider conversation that we could have around that topic.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments by the commissioners?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Piñeiro.
Very interesting project. Very exciting for that spot. Pardon me. I like it. If I understand it correctly, I think the access into Halsted is pedestrian into the plaza area. I think that's a really interesting approach. Only concern that I have is being familiar with the area, Halsted, a lot of vehicular traffic around there, not necessarily a lot of pedestrian traffic. Any more thoughts around activating that spot to really create the flow that would actually make that entrance, which I think it's interesting, but that can make it active and dynamic?
All right, thank you. Again, Scott Sire with SCB Architects. On that, I will go to the second floor. We are planning to have that activated amenity area engage into that plaza. So you really get a sense of a draw in there at a pedestrian scale. We also know that Halsted Street, yeah, it's primarily vehicular driven right now, but it may not be that way in the future. And this building has been thought about as, you know, what will it be one day? How can we maybe The residential buildings across the street, they now can have an access to come in and start to use it and engage them into the Fulton Market another way than just walking south. So it's really about engaging with that pedestrian connectivity, maybe not for right now, but for definitely the future. And to the point where we can engage that with any kiosks or anything. I mean, there's no promises, but it's, what can we do? We want the space to be used. So
Yeah.
we will draw it out.
And there's a bike lane if
Bike lane, we would
right
have-
there, so that also helps.
We'd have some bike stalls there too.
Right, exactly. Along those lines, so I was just wondering whether anything like a pedestrian crossing just to give access to the other buildings was under consideration or thought about, maybe not, maybe that's just too much, but I wonder if that's appropriate for the spot.
You know, that's probably something that's out of my realm at that moment. Then we start getting into CDOT and other elements and groups that would have a little bit of a higher say as to where to put a connection between the two. But ideally, yeah, people will come from at least the west side of Halsted, from the north and the south, further down than perhaps they did before. But any connections, I mean, we're going to be open to them, whatever can make it more active and safe for everybody. But at this particular moment, I would just say we're focusing on our site and hopefully the draw will come.
Very good, thank you.
Commissioner Biaggi?
And this is just to continue to focus on the Paseo, which I think is an interesting element. And of course, you know, we are moving to concrete protected bike lanes on Halsted. You'll see those come in later this year. We are looking at the whole kind of Rube Goldberg machine of all of the streets in Fulton Market, working with Alderman Burnett on that. So we're thinking about the larger context there. But one of the points I wanted to make, or at least get confirmation from the applicant, we do have concerns about Paseo spaces not feeling welcoming and inviting to the public. It's very easy for it to feel like it only belongs to people who are in that building. I know we've had conversations with you, not only about wayfinding, but also ADA accessibility. I know there's an elevator there. It's important that that's not feeling like it, again, only belongs to the residents or the occupants from the office space. So I know we've given you conditional approval that you'll make improvements there. But if you could just confirm that, and we'll continue to make it as welcoming and inviting as we can for the public. So please confirm that the elevator, wayfinding toward the elevator, accessibility, that you're going to do everything you can to make sure the public knows this is not a private space.
Paul Purell again, Director of Development for the Ani Group. Thank you for your comments. We've definitely accommodated some areas for signage and wayfinding, whether that be for the community or our own project. We've always found it beneficial to have more than enough signage on site. And within our PD documents, that public plaza and the Paseo will be open per the Parks District hours as we've negotiated with you guys and the community. Thank you.
Alderman Burnett?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank all of you commissioners, especially the new ones, for getting on the board. I commend you all for all of your hard work. Being a former commissioner myself, I would say this is probably the hardest working body of commissioners that the city have. You all put in a whole bunch of hours. I know I did when I was working with you all, so these things can go on all day. So I commend you all for it. I know I'm not a commissioner anymore, but I'm getting ready to talk to the law department. I think with my new title, I may still have a vote on this body. So we're going to find out about that in the place of the mayor. This development, one went through the community process with the West Central Association, the West Loop Gate. We had several meetings in reference to it. They made several changes. We did ask them to give some consideration with their garage and their parking in reference to one of the things we find over in the West Loop is that at nighttime over in this area is bustling. You know, it's bustling with people. And so we encourage for them to allow for their parking to have some public access so that people from the public, if they need to park, they can go in this building, which we're trying to do with most of the other buildings in our area too, to help accommodate any people that's traveling to the area, and is working out very, very well. Ani has always been a good organization to do minority hiring and minority contracting. They do have their own construction company. I will hope that they will consider joint venturing with a minority contractor on this development as you proceed. Also, I know that I have asked you all in the past to talk to the union in reference to unionize, and the only thing I can do is ask. I would like to ask if you all can do that again. These guys aren't going away. You all are you're trying to be a company that's trying to do more and more throughout the city of Chicago. So you're not going to get away from these guys. I would encourage you to try to sit down and see if you all can work something out. Because right now you're in my ward, tomorrow you're going to be in somebody else's ward, next week you're going to be in somebody else's ward. Seeing as though you have your own money and you don't have to worry about the banks, you may be able to do more. But so it'll just be to your benefit if you all try to sit down with them again. Other than that, we did have a community meeting. We didn't have any objections to this development. The green space is beautiful. Having that public amenity is great for the neighborhood, is much needed in this area because we don't have, we have very, very, if not no public property over here to offer green space and public amenities to people in the neighborhood. So whatever everyone can do to help with that is very helpful to this area. One of the questions, Commissioner, as far as having a pedestrian crossing across the street, it's probably hard to see from the picture, but this is a bridge, right? And with bridges, you have blind spots. So people can be crossing the street and the car that's coming over the bridge probably won't see them. And as they come down the bridge, they'll probably run into them, right? So it's not, to me, it's not safe to have pedestrian crossing wherever there's a bridge, because sometimes people go faster and they get to the top of the bridge and they'll see somebody and try to stop and can't stop. So that's why I wouldn't encourage a pedestrian crossing in this area. But Ani is very active in all of the communities that they work in, and I appreciate their civic duty that they have to the city of Chicago, and look forward to them trying to do more throughout the city and being involved with everything that the city does. So I'm in support of this. My community's in support of this. I ask that this body be in support of this, on a caveat that I hope Ani will sit down and speak with the union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that part of this parcel is currently zoned as manufacturing. Is that right? That will then be a part of the PD?
Correct.
One, just to echo some of the concerns that have been raised. I think, and I just also wanted to confirm that part of the reason that we believe that this PD, should move forward would be that it promotes economically beneficial development patterns, correct? I think we have to think about economic benefits as also quality jobs, and I would just encourage everyone here to think about that. I noted 70 permanent jobs, many construction jobs, and I think as we think about economic benefits for the city and for the immediate needs of the community in the area, that we're also thinking about the employees and the workers in that area, which is, currently very, very bustling. So I would just encourage the team here to think about that. And I would like to hear more about the plans for those jobs in the future. Thank you.
Is that a question for the applicant?
I was just confirming the use of
The quality.
manufacturing.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay. Commissioner, Rosa,
Yes,
Ramirez Rosa.
thank you so much. I'm happy to see that, this project will create nearly 2,000 construction jobs and 70 permanent jobs. And I think it's extremely important that those 70 permanent jobs be good union jobs. And so I'm happy to hear that Omni will be speaking with the union. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, do I have a motion on a proposed business plan development submitted by Ani 357 North Green LLC for the property generally located at 357-359 North Green Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved. Pinheiro.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinheiro. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Novara. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Commissioner Cox? Commissioner Dowell? Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Commissioner Novara? Commissioner Pinheiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Okay. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Commissioner Tillman? And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes.
Sorry.
It is. No, this is for at Elston.
Sorry about that. All set.
Thank you, Noah. The next item on the agenda is D3, a proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by Goose Island Holiday Pop-ups LLC for the property generally located at 1465 North Elston Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M3-3 Heavy Industrial District to C3-1 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District to allow for the sports and recreation participant outdoor use category in order to conduct pop-up seasonal attractions. No other changes are proposed. This is item 22077 TI, and this is in the 27th Ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
All right, good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is Joshua Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed industrial corridor map amendment is generally located at 1465 North Elston Avenue and is located within the Westtown community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant, Goose Island Holiday Pop-ups LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of amending the zoning at the subject site. This request is being submitted as a mandatory industrial corridor map amendment application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the applicant seeks to allow for the sports and recreation participant outdoor use category in order to conduct pop-up seasonal attractions. No other changes are proposed. The subject site is located again in the Westtown community area where the total population was 87,781 people in 2020, with a median household income of 112,555 per year. The site is 73,120 square feet in size and is located within the north sub area of the North Branch Industrial Corridor, just west of the river and east of the Kennedy. As you can see here, the Salt Shed concert venue is located just to the south. The property is currently unimproved by any permanent building structure and is located in an M3-3 heavy industry district bordered by North Elston on the west and North Magnolia on the east. Here you can see North Elston and Magnolia along with the river on the right and then the Kennedy on the left. Sorry, here's another site view. A majority of the uses in the surrounding area consist of a mix of residential, business, storage, and factory and industrial uses. The proposed site is accessible. Actually, sorry, here are actual photos of the existing conditions along Elston and Lemoyne. In the upper left, Lemoyne and Magnolia in the upper right, Elston Avenue in the lower left, and Magnolia Avenue on the lower right. And with that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Manick with the applicant team to discuss the project timeline and subsequent slides. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick. I'm an attorney with Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz, and I'm the attorney for the applicant Goose Island Holiday Pop-ups. I'm joined here by Mark Bortz, who is the managing member of the applicant, and Scott Brendel from Nor Architects, who's a project architect. As Josh mentioned, we are here for a zoning map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor to rezone this project from M3-3 to a C3-1 zoning district in order to establish an outdoor sports and recreation use. This property is bounded by Elston on the west, Lemoyne on the north, and Magnolia on the east. It's a 73,120 square foot lot. It is in proximity, close proximity to the North Avenue bus line corridor and the Ashland bus line corridor, as well as within proximity to the Clybourne Red Line station and the Division Blue Line station, making this a transit served location. Prior to the applicant, this parcel was used as a non-accessory surface parking lot.
The applicant would like to activate this parking lot with an outdoor immersive experience of interactive games, photo opportunities, and activities for the public's family and friends to enjoy. These interactive games, photos, opportunities, and activities will rotate seasonally, drawing on seasonal themes. For example, in fall, the activities will be focused on Halloween themes. In the winter, Christmas and New Year's themes. And summer, Western themes, cowboy themes. On the slide before you, you see the North Branch framework, which is the adopted governing land use document for this project. As part of the North Branch framework for a property within the North Sub-District, the zoning ordinance expressly sanctions rezonings from the M district to C districts like what we have here today. The North Branch framework has 3 goals identified. The first goal, maximizing the North Branch as an economic and job center. In this instance, this project is going to be bringing 75 permanent jobs and 50 construction jobs along with it, as well as $400,000 in annual sales taxes, and it will also pay an $895,720 industrial corridor fee to preserve and grow the industrial corridor. The second goal is to provide better access for all transportation modes. As mentioned before, this is a transit served location. This project was designed pursuant to the city's new ETOD policy, and the site plan was reviewed and approved by CDOT. The third goal, to enhance natural resources and built assets in the corridor. This project is also fulfilling that goal by adaptively reusing and activating a surface parking lot in a transit served location with minimal permanent improvements and adding a complementary use to the existing uses surrounding it. And finally, also, again, is contributing the industrial corridor fee to preserve the as-built environment in this area. Here's a short timeline of what brings us before you here today. What's not mentioned in this slide is that the very first step in this process was meeting with Vice Mayor Burnett to share the plans for this project, as well as solicit feedback that he has about the project. The second step that we underwent was to meet with the North Branch Works, who's the neighborhood organization in charge of overseeing development and activities in the area. As the Plan Commission may have seen, North Branch Works did submit to the Plan Commission a letter of support. Following North Branch Works, the applicant did meet with department staff as a means to preparing the application that is before you here today. And then on January 3rd, 2023, the applicant did engage into a general community meeting in conjunction with Vice Mayor Burnett's office. Following January 3rd, this zoning application was introduced on January 18th, 2023. And following the introduction, the applicant did undergo the various department reviews, which included CDOT, landscaping, stormwater, and MOPD. And after completion of these reviews, we are here before you today. So with that, I would like to have Scott come up to talk about some of the site planning here.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Scott Brendel. I'm a project manager and architect with NOR Architects. This site is pretty straightforward. We're not really changing too much for permanent structures. It's a pedestrian traveled site right now. It's a parking lot. There are some storage containers that are not for that are for storage of the excuse me, materials for the pop-up venues that come and go in seasonal. And we're just adding 2 permanent structures. The one permanent structure would be a storage container bar and restaurant serving facility. There wouldn't be any cooking going on in this, but it'd be a nice permanent shelter for people to come up and get out of the weather and grab something to eat or drink. And the other facility would be a restroom facility that would be a permanent structure year round and available to the site year round. Both of these structures would be completely ADA compliant. There'd be a ramp serving the storage container. It would be elevated, and as well as proper height serving facilities, serving counters for both ADA and fully able people. Any overflow from the restrooms that would meet over capacity here, and I'll explain this in further slides, would be met by some porta potty overflow. But for the most part, these restrooms are designed to facilitate the site as designed. The pedestrian access for the site is mostly, there's no parking on site, and vehicles will be parked in and around and mostly using public transportation. We've added additional exits to this site with exit gates to accommodate a safe exit in the case of any emergencies for this. The pop-ups will change as the year goes on, and I think Tyler alluded to that earlier. But in the autumn, we would have a Jack's Pumpkin pop-up, which has a corn maze, pumpkin house, merchandise booth, and this would be more of a fall theme with fall colors. And part of our facility would change as the seasons change too. So there's some opportunity to bring some fall colors into the site and celebrate the autumn. As we go into the summer, there'd be a go-karting area and an amusement park. And again, as these pop-ups come and go, the theme of the pop-up changes and the colors and the decorations of this change, but the storage container, bar facility, and restrooms will stay as permanent structures. In the winter, this will be an ice skating rink, a snow tube slide, Christmas tree forest, a New Year celebration center, and have some booths of merchandise where you can get hot chocolate and food, as well as gifts for the winter season. Looking at the storage container bar, there are some existing storage containers on site, and the storage container bar is a welcoming place for people to come and grab beverages and food, as they say, or for whatever the pop-up is offering. The reason that we went with the storage container bar is that it does pay homage kind of to the storage containers that are on site, where the storage for the facilities go. So people feel welcome, and they see the other storage containers as not so much as an industrial thing where they're not welcome, whereas now they're welcome to the whole site because they're walking in and experiencing some of the storage container facilities. This will be a red color, but again, there will be decorations on this bar as the seasons change, and this project is kind of ever dynamic of the pop-ups that come in and celebrate the year. The restrooms we have shown is a pretty basic box building. We wanted a durable masonry or metal or wood construction that goes on this. And again, it's hard to tie down an exact perfect design for this right now. We have this as rustic red brick, but as the seasons change and different pop-ups come in, we'll probably be changing the material of this building and or the colors. There might be a different paint scheme on it, or different designs that we might want to implement to help work with the surrounding pop-up that's going on. And with that, I think I'll hand it back over to Tyler. Thank you.
So here's for the record, once again, Tyler Manick speaking. Here's a list of some of the public and economic benefits that this project's bringing. This is going to be a unique public amenity, complementary to the businesses and residents to the area. As mentioned before, there will be an $895,720 industrial corridor fee paid to preserve, develop, and grow this industrial corridor. There will be 75 permanent jobs, 50 construction jobs. The project budget will be $3 million. There's an anticipated $400,000 in annual sales taxes or more, and this project fulfills the ETOD policy. Before concluding, I would like to thank this Plan Commission for giving us the opportunity to present this project here today. I would like to thank Vice Mayor Burnett for his support and diligence throughout this project. I'd also like to thank Joshua Sun and Noah Safranik for their support and help along with the other city staff. So then I'll pass this over to Josh now.
Thanks. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed industrial corridor map amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed plan development is consistent with the goals set forth by the North Branch Framework Plan. The proposed plan development promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. And the proposed plan promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for an industrial corridor map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item. Mr. Steve Simmons from North Branch Works. Can you come up?
Good morning, Chair Flores and members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the rezoning of 1465 North Elston Avenue. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a membership-based economic development nonprofit that serves and advocates for small industrial and manufacturing businesses. 1465 North Elston is located within our service area. This zoning change would simply make official an existing use that has proven successful and allow the applicant to obtain his permanent business license. The applicant, Goose Island Holiday Pop-Ups LLC, has met with us multiple times and is working with many stakeholders in the North Branch community. We are confident that this zoning change would not adversely impact any of the nearby industrial businesses. So we ask you to approve this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Dowell?
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Mayor Burnett, I'm jealous. This is a great project. And I just wanted to say to Goose Island Holiday Pop-Ups LLC that I hope that you'll look in other parts of Chicago where this kind of amenity is needed. Love to try to go back to my youth and try a go-kart again. So I just wanted to lay that out. This is a nice project. For Commissioner Cox, this industrial corridor system fund, how new is that? How much money is in it and how is the money spent?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to allow Zoning Commissioner Murphy to address that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alderman Dowell, this was created in the North Branch when the map amendment was done for the North Branch plan back in 2017. So this corridor fund is about 7 years old. We can get the exact number of monies that have been paid. The payment of money only comes when permits are pulled. So at this point in time, everything that comes through Plan Commission is a commitment for a payment. And then the actual dollars will be submitted once a permit is pulled, but we'll have those specifics updated for you.
And those funds are only used within the district or can they be ported citywide?
So there's two different sets of funding that's allowed. There's a portion that's used when there's a bonus used in the corridor itself. But when the zoning is changed, like what happens in this case, then those funds are used in receiving corridors, which are identified as other industrial corridors through the ordinance. So there are specifically delineated corridors that can receive the funds.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to get more information on that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Cox?
I also wanted to comment. I don't think I've ever been to the Goose Island pop-up, but it's kind of interesting to know that you were the you set the stage for things like the salt shed, and I have to assume that you're going to receive a lot more frequency of visitors to the pop-up as a result of the close proximity to the molten salt shed concert venue. So I agree with Alderwoman Dow that there's a need for more of these type of pop-up spaces across the city. It did remind me a little bit of some of the pop-ups that the city have supported. Mahalia Jackson Court on 79th Street comes to mind. And there is one being planned along MLK in Bronzeville at 47th and King. Won't be able to have a go-kart in it. But I think the spirit of these type of gathering spaces that start out as being a little makeshift, and then over time they become a legitimate land use that you want to stick around. So I'm glad we're making the transition and welcoming this. When you look at the aerial map, you can't help but notice the kind of storage space for vehicles that face the river, and either that has a dual function of being parking for nearby users, but I do think that your establishment, together with, I know, Morton Salt, the venue has had conversations about having access to that as parking. So right now, it just looks like mostly opportunity. And I think the question is, can it best support some of these now permanent land uses that are adjacent to it? So that's probably a conversation for to come out of this, as you are no doubt going to be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Any other questions or comments by the commissioners?
In terms of the sole operator, do they have any initiatives for MBE or WBE participation?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Well, this is going to be the first time that we're putting any permanent structures up. So this is going to be our kind of maiden voyage into that process, but we intend on working with North Branch Works, Vice Mayor Burnett's office, as well as sending out the letters about bidding on these projects to the assist agencies that are listed under the city's website.
It's not a question during construction, it's actually a question during operation. And if you're sourcing pumpkins, is that coming from an MBE or WBE patch? I understand the requirements for construction period, but once it's operating, are there any goals or initiatives? And also local hiring, just trying to understand the impact that the project is going to have on.
Right. The jobs are locally hired. Most of your employees are from Chicago, correct? But they're all from the city of Chicago, so they're all locally hired. And as far as sourcing the materials, that's certainly something that we're going to work through with the North Branch Works to kind of figure out how we can incorporate more of those goals into it.
Okay, if you could give a more robust thought and plan over that, because the assist agencies are mostly devoted towards construction and not necessarily vendors. There's a smaller pool of vendors. So I'd like to hear in the future what those goals and initiatives are, especially as you branch out into the city.
Right. We appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, is Alderman Burnett still here?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. So we encourage the proposed developer to meet with the North Branch Works. North Branch Works is the delegate agency and community organization in this area, and they wrote a letter of support for it. They generally try and communicate with all of the neighboring businesses and property owners in the area to see how they feel about it. And then we also had a community meeting. Quiet as it's kept, there are residents that live in this area, maybe 5 of them, but they do live there. And we did have a community meeting with them. They didn't have a challenge with this. They thought that this property owner has been a good neighbor. He's been doing the trees and the pumpkins for a long time in this area. So I think this just put, the icing on the cake for what he can do. We're very blessed in this area that planning and myself saw fit to ease up the zoning in the PMD to allow for other things to happen in this area, and like the salt shed and other things like that, and the casino, and all of these things have been very beneficial to the city, which attracts people from all over the city or the county to come and visit our community. We will be working with them and the North Branch Works on jobs, and because North Branch Works does jobs and job training, we would encourage them to give some consideration to some minority contractors also, even though this is a very small construction component that goes with this. But we found the owner to be, he always called our office looking for help, want to donate trees to neighborhoods and pumpkins, and some folks don't. And he's been very good and civic minded and community, been concerned about incorporating the community and things that he does. So we look forward for this development to go on. I didn't know the go-karts were there, Alderman, and the first thing I thought about was getting on the go-karts too. So if you want to try it, I challenge you to a race, Alderman, if you want. But also, I just wanted to say, as far as the industrial fee, our ward has been blessed again to be able to be one of the leading wards to have developments to contribute to that industrial fee, which predominantly goes to the south, mostly the south side industrial areas and the west side. And so we're happy to continue to be a contributing factor in the city of Chicago for the whole city. So with that, I ask for the commissioner's support on this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Any additional questions or comments for the staff, the applicant, or the alderman, the commissioners? No, okay. With that, do I have a motion on a proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by Goose Island Holiday Pop-Ups LLC for the property generally located at 1465 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Biaggi. Do I have a second? Thank you. Second by Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Commissioner Biaggi? Commissioner Brumfield? Commissioner Cox? Yes. Commissioner Dowell? Commissioner Escareno? Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Murphy? Yes. Commissioner Novara? Stepped out. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Stepped out. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Commissioner Tillman? And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed plan development submitted by 1300 Peoria LLC for the property generally located at 1300 West Lake Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property from M2-3 Light Industry District to DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a residential business plan development. This will permit the construction of a 46-story, 537-foot tall mixed-use building containing 593 dwelling units, ground floor commercial space, 307 accessory parking spaces, and 593 bicycle parking spaces. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the maximum overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. This is item 22156, and this is also in the 27th ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, member of the public. For the record, my name is Max Lyon with the Department of Planning and Development, and I'm the lead planner for this proposal. Today, I'm joined by representatives of the project team for the proposed plan development at 1300 West Lake Street. The proposal would construct a 537-foot tall mixed-use residential building containing ground floor retail space and 593 dwelling units. This application is being submitted as a mandatory plan development due to the proposal's height, unit count, and floor area bonus. The subject site is located in the near west side community area of the 27th ward. Historically, this has been a significant industrial area within the city, consisting of much of its manufacturing facilities and large warehouses. Today, this area generally consists of low-rise and mid-rise commercial, retail, and office, as well as some high-rise residential developments. The project site is located at the corner of Lake and Elizabeth Streets, just north of the adjacent raised L tracks. The area around the project site primarily contains neighborhood commercial C districts, downtown mixed-use zoning districts, along with several other high-rise planned developments. Most of the remaining manufacturing and light industry zoning, or otherwise seen here as the M- zoning, exists near the commuter and heavy rail tracks to the north. An aerial satellite view of the project site, 2 blocks east of Ogden and right up against those L tracks. This is an aerial perspective of the site showing the two existing structures, as well as the surface parking lot, which will be raised as part of the PD's new construction. The raised L tracks of Lake Street are also visible on the site. So this perspective helps show the proposal in context with several other nearby developments. Actually, I think I went one slide too far. No, I didn't. Okay. That have either been proposed or approved. These buildings won't show up in typical perspectives today, but helped give an idea of what the surrounding area may look like at the time of construction. If we zoom out, we look back at Fulton Market District. This aerial shows the basic massing of the proposals itself in gray. Projects seeking approval appear in yellow, while green, blue, and purple projects represent various stages of development. And here are photos of the streetscape that show current conditions of the proposal site. A 1- and 2-story structure occupy the site along with the fenced surface parking lot. The alley and sidewalk shown here will be reconstructed as part of the standard perimeter restorations for new construction. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to the applicant team, beginning with the applicant's attorney, Katie Jenke-Dale, for further detail on the proposal.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent the applicant for this matter, which is an affiliate of Lucas Development. With me today are representatives from Lucas Development, BKL, the project architect, and KLOA, the traffic engineer. The property is subject to the West Loop design guidelines and the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. Compliance with those 2 planning documents will be detailed later in the presentation by Angela. As we always do in the 27th ward, we engaged in a robust community process, including presenting to the Committee on Design and the impacted community groups and holding a community-wide meeting at the end of May. The community and DPD were very receptive to the project, especially the open space and public realm. We also had many meetings with DPD, which resulted in the changes outlined on this slide, which Angela will run through it more in her more detail throughout her presentation. That I'll turn the presentation over to Angela Spadoni from BKL Architecture to detail those changes in the plans. Angela?
Thank you, Katie and Max. Thank you, commissioners. We are very excited about presenting this project to you today. And so I'm going to start by giving kind of a brief history of where we started with the design, how it progressed. I'll go over some of the plans. We'll look at the overall building, and then we'll really focus in on the ground floor and pedestrian experience. So here on the screen now, you can see where we started with our DPD intake meeting, look at some orientation options of the tower and some early design ideas, and then where we landed with the massing for our DPD intake meeting. Progression as the design progressed, the exterior look of the building progressed, and how we started to carve away and start looking at the massing in relationship to the West Loop design guidelines, and also taking feedback from the Committee on Design and other community groups as well. And then taking a look from a different perspective, you can see how the building really formed and changed, especially the top articulation, where we were previously, and to the far right, the revised design that we are presenting today. So Katie had mentioned the existing site conditions. I do want to point out here, something that's most important is there's 2 existing curb cuts along Lake, and there is a very large curb cut along Elizabeth. We will be eliminating all of these curb cuts in the design, so you'll be seeing that, which we're really excited about because we know this is going to be a very highly trafficked pedestrian area. So here you're seeing our roof plan or site plan for the proposed design. It does have a podium proposed at level 5 with amenity deck. The building is placed to the east. This is because of the proposed development to the west that we're looking to allow building separation between. And then we do have a large open space along Elizabeth on the northeast side of the site, which I'll be explaining further on in the presentation. The ground floor plan is obviously very important to flow of pedestrians and activating the uses. So you can see we have very active uses along the corner of Lake and Elizabeth with retail. The lobby is along Elizabeth as well. We have a vehicular drop-off off the alley. Actually, all vehicular drop-off, pickup, loading, access to retail parking and residential parking is done off of the alley. Again, I had mentioned this eliminates all curb cuts along Lake and Elizabeth. The current condition is not pedestrian friendly. There's a lot of cars coming in and out of that surface parking lot, and we really worked hard on getting all of that vehicular traffic off of Elizabeth and Lake. There's a lot of blind spots along Lake and moving that off the alley. This is going to allow for seamless flow of pedestrians along Elizabeth. We are proposing 2 loading zones on Lake and Elizabeth per CDOT's suggestions. So we have incorporated that. And then you can see that the residential parking entry is far west, or retail parking entry are loading. And then again, the vehicular drop-off plaza that it's happening off the alley as well, because we know with Uber Eats, Ubers, all of that, there will be a lot of traffic coming into this building. This is just the typical parking plan. We're seeing that you have parking there. We're going to be having storage and bike parking up on those upper levels as well. Another parking plan and the final parking line. So there are 3 parking levels above the ground floor. The 3 parking levels above the ground floor will be servicing the residents. I mentioned that we had a residential deck on level 5. We also have interior amenity that will be serving the residents as well. The typical residential floor plan, you can see that the angle in plan was on purpose. We wanted to break the grid of the West Loop, do something a little bit different to make it stand out. Additionally, for internal unit planning, that opening up of that inner corner really allows more light and air to those inner corner units, and we think it's a better design for that. On level 35, we do have additional amenity space and a step in the building, responding to some of the West Loop's design guidelines about terracing back at the upper part of the building. So we do cut back at level 35. And then the upper tier plan where we start to see articulation of the facade to really differentiate the building along the skyline. And again, just to recap on the roof deck so you can orient yourself. Looking at the elevations, it is 46 stories. Again, you're seeing that podium, the parking podium and residential amenity That's happening at level 5. And then also at 35, we have additional amenity. You can see how the form starts to step back. You can also see about the articulation, differentiating the top of the building versus the middle. This is a use sectional diagram. So again, I talked about some of the uses: activation along the ground floor, lobby, retail, parking for 3 levels, amenity at 5 and 35, and then the residential units throughout, and then mechanical at the top of the building. Some details of the facade. We will be seeing overall views as well, but we were sensitive that we're against the L tracks. So on the lower levels, we did want to use some sound absorptive materials. So on the right, you're seeing the podium using masonry elements to allow for not reflecting noise from the L. And then for the building portion, we are using metal, a mixture of metal panels, spandrel glass, and glazing to create a unique design that accents the verticality of the building and breaking down the mass. A couple more details of the building on the upper portions and how we're using the a serration of metal panel and a combination of metal panel and spandrel glass. And then where the serration really takes place at the top of the building, making it, again, differentiate itself along the skyline and seeing how there is depth to that facade. This is the overall building, a view from the northeast. You're seeing how we're starting to introduce that sawtooth design at the top of the building, again, to create differentiation. We bring this, this design element into the podium as well, so it's at the pedestrian level. We also looked at creating a vertical expression that you're seeing here to help break down the building and create a vertical design, as well as the sawtooth again at the top. This is a view of it looking at the west facade. You're seeing the masonry on the podium, differentiation at the top. We also introduced balconies on the top tier, so you're seeing those as well. Transportation, traffic, and parking, I think I covered on the first ground floor slide, but again, all of that vehicular traffic is being taken off of Elizabeth and Lake. I think it's really powerful to see these against the existing context. Again, as popular as Peoria Meets is, I've frequented there myself. It is moving, and it is not the most pedestrian-friendly experience. So we think that this is really going to enhance that corner and make it a very pedestrian-friendly and safe experience. Looking at that corner, we did decide to bring the tower down in the design, let it meet the ground. It's a very special corner. You know, it's the connection point between Randolph and Fulton. Will be very highly pedestrian traffic. So doing something unique at that corner and special, we thought was very important. This is the pedestrian context view from the southeast. This is looking into our residential lobby. We wanted it very clear, active use. We see that that portico share where the vehicles are being accessed by the residents for drop off. Purpose is really a high end, really beautiful look. It's not going to feel like it's off of an alley. It's going to be a really special space. Continuing materiality from the exterior to the interior, letting it have a very in-out translucent appearance. Traffic impact study, obviously Louis is here, and him and his team did a traffic study to address all of the concerns. And of course, if there is specific comments or questions, he is here to help. West Loop design guidelines, obviously very important. We're very aware of all of these. So the design does step back. It uses high quality materials, activates the podium, and you know, really responds. And we read through all of these as well and brought them into the design. We're very excited about the landscape. It is done by Confluence. The vision here is to introduce Elizabeth Square on the northeast side of the site. This is an open plaza that is mainly hardscape that has movable planters and trees that are not movable within the space to allow for activation and use of this area. It will be programmed and managed by the owner in the building, allowing for a really vibrant community area on the site, as well as additional seating for a spill out of retail uses along Elizabeth and along the plaza. So here, zooming in, you can see kind of some concept images of how we see this space being utilized and how the portico share is separated from this by some planting so that we're not intermingling the pedestrian and the vehicular circulation. This is a view looking north of the open space. So you're seeing that cafe seating, you're seeing the activation of the plaza. I will note in the renderings of the landscape, the building itself was not rendered, so it's just for reference. Here you're seeing it kind of open. Again, we'll have movable planters and seating out there for pedestrians, for the public. Here you're seeing that separation between the vehicular drop-off and the pedestrian area. Again, another view of that open pedestrian area with the movable features, the trees along Elizabeth. And then here you're seeing it activated as potentially a small farmer's market. So again, really making that that space be able to be used for different activities. The materiality of the building I already touched on, again, using masonry at the podium to help to absorb sound from the L. And then the building itself will be a combination of vision glass, spandrel glass, and metal panel. And then the podium will use translucent glass for the parking area. Our sustainability strategy is green globes for 70 points, stormwater 10, transportation with EV charging stations for 10, and then solid waste to get to the 100. Storm water management, we will comply with everything that is needed, and we will meet and exceed all of the maintenance requirements and everything that you're seeing on the slide here. I will hand it back over to Katie to talk about affordability.
Thanks, Angela. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke Dale. This project is subject to the 2021 ARO and is within the FMID north of Lake. The project will have 119 units, all 20% provided on site. And those 119 units will consist of studios, 1s, 2s, and even 3-bedroom units, similar to the overall unit mix in the building. We've also initiated the process with DOH to explore opportunities to enhance that even beyond 20%. In addition to the open and green space and affordable housing benefits detailed previously, the project will contribute over $5.3 million to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus, which will be allocated as shown here, and will create approximately 500 construction jobs. While the GC hasn't been selected yet, the applicant is committed to working with Alderman Burnett's office on local hiring as well as minority M&WB hiring. I'll now turn the presentation back over to DPD to conclude, but first want to thank DPD, Alderman Burnett, and the community and other stakeholders for all your work on this over the last couple of years. Our team's available for any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sorry, for the record, Angela Spadoni. I forgot to mention one important thing. The current existing alley is 18 feet wide, and we are proposing to increase the width to 21. So we're setting our building back 3 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Angela. All right, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is appropriate for the following reasons. It is designed to be compliant with plans previously established by the Plan Commission, such as the West Loop Design Guidelines and the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. It's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale, and it promotes economic development patterns in the existing neighborhood. Please refer to my staff report for a full summary of project details and recommendations. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for a residential business plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. We do have 2 speakers signed up to speak on this item. The first speaker is Mr. Noel Sanchez from SCIU. Not sure if he's still here. Second speaker is Mr. Butler Adams.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in support of this project. It's kind of a lukewarm support. I have no problem with the height nor the density, but the architecture for me is just kind of there. It's nothing special, nothing spectacular. I will say this is an improvement on the previous iteration of the proposal that I saw at the Committee on Design meeting. I'll say this again. It seems like there's a lot of parking for this building. You're gonna have about 590 apartments and 307 parking spaces. I was looking at a project in New York City right now. Actually, it's in the Bronx. It's called Lincoln on Bankside. They're gonna have 921 apartments, and 329 parking spaces. So they have like a 0.35 ratio. This is like a 0.51 ratio. So I do think that there should be another look on how much parking is being offering in these new residential buildings. I know that parking is needed, but this also is a transit-rich environment, and we're trying to reduce that amount of cars in the area. I mentioned earlier that I would like to see an update in the West Loop guidelines. I think we can do better with these building geometries. This is like the 4th or 5th project that I've seen in the West Loop that has these interconnecting kind of rectangular geometries. This includes, let's see, 1234 Randolph, which you all saw a few months ago. This project, 1300 West Lake, 160 North Morgan, which this architecture firm also did, and 1400 West Randolph. So I think we could do better in terms of architecture articulation for the heights of these buildings, for the crowns of these buildings. There's a very nice project that just got finished not too long ago in New York City called 200 Amsterdam. You also look at that in terms of how the building has setbacks and very nice on the street side. Again, this is not a horrible building, but I do think that this architecture firm, which I follow for a long time, is kind of rehashing several projects. I've seen this in like a series in the buildings that they've done in Lakeshore East and again at 160 Morgan. And I just will have one thing to show you all because I follow all this. So they're working on eventually a project in Lakeshore East. And this is how it's going to look. It scales the sky, it scrapes the sky, it flows. It looks very nice. This building to me does not flow the way that it should. This is just my opinion, and I think you all should look at that. Thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
Yep.
Okay, there's a lot. Okay, Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you. I just had a question regarding the MWBE participation. I know that the city council passed an ordinance that requires at least some percentage related to veteran business enterprise. Was wondering if this body has taken that as part of their requirement, or at least I say a goal to be attained for veteran businesses.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. Who would like to answer that? Chairwoman.
So the Alderman, the current executive order is limited right now to just a goal for construction jobs and participation. So it's minority women businesses. It currently doesn't have the participatory goals for disadvantaged businesses or veteran preferences or any of those other categories currently. So we're working off the executive order as passed or adopted.
No, but it's also for services, not just construction, correct?
No, the executive order is limited to the construction and the job construction. It has nothing to do with vendor services or goods that go into the business itself.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Madam Chair, is there an opportunity from this body to send a letter to our colleague, Commissioner Mayor Johnson, about amending the executive order to include veteran businesses, which falls in line with the ordinances that the city council has already passed?
I would think that we would want to do that as a body.
Thank
correct?
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the comment. Would anybody from the team like to just speak to the numbers that are listed on the slide?
Again, for the record, Katie Jenkey-Dale. The numbers shown on the slide are consistent with the current mayoral executive order that Noah outlined. We've also taken the initial steps, which included sending certified letters out to the DPS assist agencies. I think I had mentioned earlier that we don't have a GC selected yet, but we definitely will be focused on that moving forward, as well as doing the reporting required both prior to permit and at the end of the project once it's done on actual participation.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell?
Thank you, Chairman. As a new member here, do we get an annual or semi-annual report on the monitoring of these MBE, WBE participation goals that are agreed to by these applicants that come before the Plan Commission?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Dahl. We try to do it quarterly. I actually had asked for it to be on this month, and there was just not enough time for Nancy Radzovich is our assistant commissioner who does all the tracking. So we are going to try to do that for July. Unfortunately for the body here, I may not be here in July, so it might be August. But we
Is
will
it-
have it upcoming.
Is it possible, Noah, to get the previous report for 2023, just so I can get a sense of what that looks like and the information that's included?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
One that we saw?
I want to say either December of 22 or January. I'm not sure the exact month, but I'll pass it back through. I'll send it to all the plan commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, I truly appreciate that the 20% and more of the units are going to be on site. That's a huge accomplishment. It's such a beautiful building. But I would like to understand what are the incomes that those are going to target it. And by now you kind of know that that's kind of my typical request. So maybe, Noah, we need to ask that this is also incorporated, not only that we indicate what is the percentage, what are the units, but most importantly, what are the income that we want to target.
And for the record, Katie Jinky Dale. So it will be at a weighted average of 60% AMI with the maximum at 80%. Of the 20%, 1/3 of those units would have to be affordable at or below 50% AMI. And of that, 1/6 will be at or below 40% of AMI. There will be a broad range.
Amazing. Thank you.
Commissioner Biaggi, followed by Commissioner Novara.
I do want to compliment the site planning. I know we worked together on getting the turnaround actually moved to the alley, and that's a significant improvement. And we do appreciate creating a little extra width back there. It allows that Elizabeth Plaza to be a really warm space and not really at that, we often soften up corners when we need to hold them with the building. So it's noticed and appreciated, and I hope that it becomes something that other buildings, particularly in this area, begin to think about and operationalize in the alley as well, that it's part of the public realm as much as everything else. So I just want to compliment you on that and appreciate the collaboration.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
You all have heard this from me before, but I will say, as I have, I think last time, this is 119 affordable units in West Loop is larger than most low-income housing tax credit developments that we fund. And so it's the, equivalent of a LIHTC deal and a half without public dollars in a very high amenity area. So that's a huge win for us as a city and for our goals to become a less segregated city. So I want to acknowledge that and thank you. And that 32 of them are 2 bedrooms and we have a couple 3 bedrooms, means we actually can have families access this area and schools and amenities and all of those things. So it's really important to our goals as a city. And I think important to show that this can get done. I'll also note that the Department of Housing approval is preliminary. We don't have a final yet workout with the team. So we need to get to that in order for this to be final. But it looks like we're headed in a good direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox, followed by Commissioner Piñeiro.
I also wanted to just compliment you and thank you for working with the planning department's team to get to a more articulated massing. I don't disagree with Mr. Butler about what are the impediments to greater articulation. Is it a height issue? Certainly the example he talked about in 200 Amsterdam is a much taller building. So there may be something having to do with the FAR bonus that could help get more variety. That said, I do think that FAR bonus is translating into $5.3 million into the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund, which in my calculation of the average grant of $250,000, that represents 16 new businesses on the south and west side. If you think of one business like the Bronzeville Winery, which received a $250,000 grant from NOF. They now employ 43 people who walk to work, and it's a highly successful restaurant. So when I see those numbers, I just want you to get to the point of pulling the permit so that those dollars can be deposited into the fund, and we can see Black and brown businesses prosper as a result of it. So sometimes it helps to break down that number and realize that with this building, we get 16 new business enterprises on the south and west side. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes, on the topic of parking, can you, I don't think I heard comments related to EV capability in the number of parking units. Can you help us understand that and give some context?
We will be 20% EV charger ready.
Okay, very good. Question, Madam Chairwoman, and maybe there's a question for Noah. Do we have we as a city, do we have a policy in place in terms of where we want to direct projects of this nature in terms of EV capability percentages?
I know it's been updated recently. Noah?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Pinheiro. So the code currently has a standard, and a certain percentage of parking spots do have to be EV ready. Additionally, our sustainability code, if they select it as one of their options to get their 100 points, they have to do additional EV readiness. And as Commissioner Flores, Chairman Flores was just mentioning, the sustainability code and the building code are both, one has been changed and one is in the process of being changed to even increase that number higher. So, but I would just caution, when you hear EV ready, it's just that the wires can be pulled there. It's nothing too spectacular. So just level expectations.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions by the commissioners? No? Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement on this item?
Sure. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'd like to first of all commend the organization and the architect. Beautiful design. I know Butler is all over the place. He's well abreast of designs all over the country, I guess. But we appreciate his input, and he also, quiet as us kept, guys, he's at every community meeting. I don't know if you all know that. He got George Blakemore beat. He was letting you know. But anyway, so this development did meet with the community organizations in the area, the West Central Association, and also the Neighbors of the West Loop. We did have a community meeting, and to my surprise, the community didn't have any problems with the building. They only had one problem. It was one thing that was a big concern for them. And which, probably concerns a lot of people throughout the city of Chicago, is that Peoria Packing is going to move where everybody get their meat from. So the community, the biggest question in the meeting was, where's Peoria Packing going to go? Can you let Peoria Packing stay there? Can they open the office in the building and all of those things? So hopefully, the Greeks can get together and come up with something with Peoria Packing, a little satellite office in the building. But at the same time, this development actually is, not only do it brings neighborhood opportunity funds, $4 million can fund one project on the west or south side, neighborhood opportunity, Invest Southwest project, but it's bringing neighborhood opportunity funds. We getting affordable housing. I've worked with this developer before, MBE, WBE, and also hiring people from the community. So I have confidence that he will do the right thing. Some of you all may not recognize the name of the Lucas family. Their claim to fame is the rooftops over by Wrigley Field. And it's good to see that they diversify and grow bigger. They did a project in Greektown. And now young Lucas, who's second generation, is getting taller, so I'm very proud of him. But also this development not only will contribute construction jobs to the area, but also jobs inside the building. We're very excited about it. It is showing that everything is moving west. Everything is moving west. And, so people need to take note. It's going past Ashland. It's going to end up going past Kesey. So people need to grab on before it's too late. So we're very encouraged about the affordable housing that they're building in this building. This project is contributing in a lot of ways, just like the other projects, to the city of Chicago. And, we're blessed to have this area in our ward and good developers coming to it and being able to not only do what we do here, but also support the rest of the city with other things that the city is trying to do. So with that, we ask for the committee's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Commissioner Cox?
I would like to piggyback on something Alderman Burnett brought up, because I think we should keep in mind that we're going through a central area plan update currently. And clearly there seems to be an appetite for growth. The expanded downtown is one of the fastest growing downtowns in the country. So there's an underlying question that I think we're going to have to contend with, whether we anticipate development simply moving further west with all of the implications that that has, of possible dislocation of existing communities, or are we going to tolerate higher buildings, taller buildings in our downtown? So I actually think it comes down to that. Do we go taller, or do we continue to take on neighborhoods that just happen to be adjacent to downtown? I think that's a fundamental question that we have to answer in the central area update. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Lyons?
Can you clarify the number of expected construction jobs and permanent jobs? Just want to make sure I had it right. I thought I saw 500. Is that?
Yeah, I think it was 500 construction jobs and 25 permanent was what was up there.
Okay. For the construction, that seems pretty low. We saw a project that was significantly shorter that was expecting 2,000 construction jobs. So just curious how you got to 500.
I honestly think that 2000 was a little high. I think the 500 is more of what I'm personally used to seeing anyway. I don't know about you guys.
Can you walk us through how you calculate it? I'm
Yeah.
just curious.
Is there a standard way of calculating these sorts of things? Yeah, there.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
So he leaned on contractor input, and there wasn't a specific standardized calculation to use. So the estimate, I assume, would change as the general contractor is more solidified. Would you like to elaborate on it? You don't have to.
Katie Jinky Dale for the record. I think that different people we reach out to calculate it differently. So this one, I think, probably was looking at like FTEs, whereas sometimes people look at it as like how many humans are going to touch the project, even though they may only play discrete roles. So as someone that gets asked frequently how to calculate it, and I don't know, it'd be a great thing to standardize.
Yeah, that would be, sounds like it might be helpful. I think it's an important piece of how we look at these projects and the impact. So maybe just in the future, at least even if it is a different calculation, letting us know, is it FTEs? Is it, all projected jobs? That would be helpful in the future. Thanks.
Commissioner Lyons, I think Commissioner Biaggi and Alderman Burnett would like to add to that.
So just there's a industry standard formula, which doesn't do justice to what might be happening on the ground and efforts to hire, but it's typically like 10 to 15 jobs per $1 million of spend. But that's just usually a starting point. So I don't know how germane that is to your project, but that's what we use in our industry. And then we count them up later to make sure that was accurate.
Also, commissioners, I think it's a difference with this project and the other one, because the other project was Ani. And Ani has their own construction company. So I think they may, for them, it may be a little cheaper for them to have more people than maybe these other folks because they got their own construction company. I don't know, but I think that may have something to do with it.
Okay. Sure.
I actually think this is a really important point because jobs specifically just across the entire city is something that we should at least feel that we have a general understanding of how many jobs are being brought to the city through construction. I think that is one of the reasons why we require not only MBE participation, number of jobs, and now also affordability. I think these are really critical and important points. I think in the future, what would be helpful maybe for us is to actually have a general sense and of what this states, including generally, and I realize that maybe you haven't hired the actual builders here, but I think the target and the goal, but then I think at some point, understanding those numbers would be really important. For me, I think just being at the Park District and seeing how many young people are looking for opportunities, also just understanding that down the line. But I think at least a general breakdown for this body would be important, even if it's a target or a goal, because at the end of the day, all this construction across the city, when we see planes in the air, it's great to see these beautiful buildings, but it's also about the benefits to our residents. So I think as a body, I'd like to see just a little bit more detail. Again, not so much, but I think we should have a sense from who's presenting as to what are the goals and targets. Thank you.
Yeah, valid comment. I think at a minimum, we would like to see the difference between full-time and part-time.
Yep.
To know what we're talking about. And I know Noah just clarified something for me at how the reporting is barely getting into the start of the construction sometimes. So for that final reporting, that may be the best time to actually go back and see how many people were employed by the project. If we could add that to the reporting. Commissioner Soto?
Yeah, what I've seen on all of my projects, both public and private entities, is that once you have that public money in, the certified payroll is extremely important, and that gives you accurate documentation of how many people worked on the jobs. But to delve even deeper into that, because I know private sector doesn't normally deal with certified payroll, is actually looking into the nitty-gritty of the minority participation, MBE and WBE, but also the individuals who are actually on these projects. Because you'll often see, and it's also seen through the certified payroll, that they are the first ones to leave the jobs. So there's a lot of data that we can pull from and a lot of analysis, but truly seeing what the impact is on these projects is a big task that I think we have to make sure happens on a lot of these projects that we're pushing forward, whether it be public or private.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners? No? Okay. Then we'll go on to vote. Do I have a motion on a proposed plan development submitted by 1300 Peoria LLC for the property generally located at 1300 West Lake Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? So move, Reyes. Motion by Commissioner Reyes. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Escareño. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Commissioner Biaggi? Yes. Commissioner Brumfield? Yes. Commissioner Cox? Yes. Commissioner Dowell? Commissioner Escareño? Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Murphy? Stepped out. Commissioner Novara? Yes. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Commissioner Tillman is a recusal. Commissioner Villegas. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
You get to leave early.
The next item on the agenda is D5, a proposed commercial plan development and proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by 1675 Holdings LLC for the property generally located at 1675 North Elston Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M3-3 Heavy Industrial District to C2-1 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District, and then to a commercial plan development. The applicant proposes to convert an existing two-story building to a large venue with an outdoor patio adjacent to the building on the south. The overall FAR on the plan development will be 0.8. The item number is 20555T1, and this is in the 32nd Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Okay, gracias.
For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from M3-3 to C2-1 and then to a commercial plan development to convert an existing two-story building to a large venue with an outdoor patio adjacent to the building on the south. The site is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor within the North Branch Subdistrict A corridor overlay. And the site currently contains a two-story masonry building on the south. The site is located in the Westtown community area where the population increased between 6.7% between 2010 and 2020. The rectangular shaped site is bounded by North Elston Avenue to the east, a one-story manufacturing building to the north, a one-story commercial building to the south, and a public alley to the west. The site is located in a transit-served location and is less than a quarter mile away from the CTA's number 9 and 9X bus stops, approximately 800 feet from the CTA's number 72 bus stop, and a quarter mile away from the CTA's number 73 bus stop. It is also located less than a half mile away from the Clybourne Metro station. The site is also directly west from the I-90-94 Kennedy Expressway. Here is an aerial view of the site from the west. The site is currently zoned M3-3 and is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. The Chicago zoning ordinance requires the Chicago Plan Commission to hold public hearings on requests to rezone land within industrial corridor from an M zoning district to any other zoning classification aside from PMD, POS, or T. Additionally, plan development review and approval is required for large venues with over a 1,000 person capacity occupancy. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are M3-3 and C3-3. Plan development number 1439, an approved large-scale mixed-use development known as Lincoln Yards, is located a block away from the site. The surrounding land uses in the immediate area include commercial and manufacturing. The next slides include images of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. Here is a view of the project looking along Elston. And here is a view along Elston looking north. The proposal is subject to the North Branch Framework Plan that was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in September 2017. Some of the goals of the plan include maximizing the North Branch as an economic and vital job center, providing better access for all transportation modes, and enhancing natural resources and built assets throughout the corridor. The proposal is located within the north sub area of the framework plan, which identifies mixed use as an appropriate land use for this area. Now I will turn that presentation over to Tim Barton, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Emily. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Plan Commission. For the record, my name is Tim Barton. I'm with the office of Thomas R. Raines, Attorney at Law, LLC. I represent the applicant and property owner, 1675 Holdings, LLC. With me today is Nick Karanos, the manager of 1675 LLC, Taylor Williams, designer of the project, Justin Opitz, our transportation planner from Kimley Horn, and Sam Kappas, who is a member of the operating entity. The applicant bought the property in 2018 from a previous nightclub operating there with the intention of opening a new venue. In December 2020, a type 1 amendment was introduced to allow a medium venue, but based on revised occupancy calculations, it was determined to be a large venue of exceeding 1,000 people. We met with Alderman Hopkins when the site was within the second ward. He was supportive of it. Last month, as you know, new ward boundaries went into effect and the site is now within the 32nd ward. We will be meeting with Alderman Wagasback next week on this proposal, specifically to discuss its plan of operation. The project was reviewed by DPD and CDOT, and improvements to the design were made, including, as you see here, you can see the difference. There will be a painted brick wall and mural. There will be a landscape setback. Normally, landscapes aren't, or setbacks aren't required, but we're putting one in there. There will be an open grill patio fence, which will increase the transparency on the site. And a raised bike lane is also being introduced next to the curb right in front of the building. We met with North Branch Works. They had consideration from local businesses about parking and security. We discussed that with them, and we're awaiting their opinion on this. The site and ground floor plan that indicates that there will be no modifications to the building at all. There will be no change in the footprint. The entrance, there'll be an entrance located on the south side directly from the adjacent patio. This is the ground floor plan. There'll be a two-story stage at the rear of the ground floor. Here's the mezzanine. It's existing. No floor area is being added for this. This was added by the previous tenant. And the roof plan here. There won't be any, there's no plan for a roof deck on this. And here's the patio plan. which is an integral part of this development. It will include landscaping. There'll be a decorative water feature or pool right in the center of the patio. And there will be a food truck parked at the rear of the property. Here's a drawing of the current solid facade on Elston. This is going to be opened up with 2 new windows. Right now, it's a solid brick wall. This will be opened up with 2 new windows and an egress door. And here you see the entrance will be on the south side of the building. As you can see, the building currently is in a rough shape. It was years ago, it was an industrial building. Like I say, more recently, beginning in the early 2000s, it was a nightclub. But no significant improvements were made at that time. This will be a significant upgrade. Sorry, these are the photos of the existing condition. On the bottom, just for orientation, is the south wall. And as you see, again, right now, this is a solid brick wall along Elston Avenue. So this gives you an idea of the patio and its relationship to the main building, its relationship to the street. That green roadway that you see there on the left-hand side of the rendering is will be a new raised bike lane, which I'll tell you about in a moment. You can also see the truck, food truck in the rear of the property. You also see the typical configuration or layout for the patio's use. And this gives you an idea of the spaciousness of the patio and then how landscape is integrated into it. So looking at the transportation here, Mr. Karanos operates similar sites, similar venues, music venues throughout the city, and finds from that experience, the most concert goers actually do not drive to these venues, but use taxis or ride sharing or public transportation. In the North Branch Overlay District, sites do not require on-site parking for a property's first 35,000 square feet or 2 times the lot area, whichever is greater. In this case, the lot area for this site is 17,535 square feet, which is well under this minimum parking threshold. In this area, there's very little off-street parking available. The existing lots are accessory to their businesses, so they're dedicated to those businesses. The traffic study that Kimberly Horn did, however, determined that there is an adequate amount of on-street parking within a 10-minute walk of the venue during the evening hours when most events would be held. Bike traffic is expected to be an important transportation mode for this project. There will be 17 bike parking spaces on site. 5 additional bikes are being supplied by Mr. Karanos to the existing divvy station that's on Wabansia Avenue. The site actually is very well served by CTA bus and train lines. This is actually vital to its development. It's also near the Metro train service. There are, as was mentioned by Emily, three different bus lines within a half mile, the Ashland Avenue, North Avenue, and Cortlandt Street buses. There is as well the North and Clybourne Red Line Station, which is within 15-minute walk, and the Division and Damon Blue Line Station, which is within a 20-minute walk. To the north, there is the Metro Clybourne Station for the service on the Metro UP and UP Northwest lines. In addition, we have been told by the North Branch Works Community Organization that it and some of its members are advocating for a CTA pilot bus line for Elston Avenue. Mr. Karanos was very glad to hear this and of the new route, and would definitely support this. And here's a site plan showing the new raised street level, or rather sidewalk level bike lane. CDOT is beginning to introduce these, and the applicant will be constructing one in front of his site. Just to make you familiar with this, the bike lane here and in most places is currently on the street level at the driver's side of the car, of the parking lane, I should say. So this layout creates the potential for what are called door slams, which is evident by its name, where riders have the potential of crashes, crashing into door openings on the driver's side. So this new bike lane will be raised and positioned next to the curb inside of the parking lane with a raised carriage walk between the bike lane and the parked cars. In addition to the traffic study, in addition to analyzing the supply of parking, made recommendations for managing traffic movements at the site. The use of Besley Court immediately to the west is a vital recommendation for traffic control here. Besley Court is the north-south street. It's a service road, a half block west of Elston Avenue. It runs only between Wabansia and North Avenue, and it will provide an additional outlet for vehicles coming and going to this site, the venue site. The management report recommends, or the traffic management report recommends using Besley for to relieve some of the load from the drop off and pickup. This project will comply with the North Branch design guidelines. Obviously, the use of the existing building will maintain the historic scale and visual character of Elston Avenue and its industrial buildings. The existing building sits at the front lot line and is a solid brick facade, which makes it quite imposing. So new openings on the front facade for windows and an egress door will give this elevation a degree of transparency and make it much less intimidating. Finally, the openness of the patio will complement the solidity of the music hall architecture, and the patio activity itself will energize the street. Again, this view gives you an idea of the openness of the patio and its relationship to the street on the right-hand side. This is a view, obviously, looking directly at the front of the patio showing the fence and the landscape setback. In terms of the sustainability matrix, this will comply with the point total necessary, or that is for industrial, or rather renovations of existing buildings. This project has also been reviewed by the city stormwater examiners. The patio is approximately 10,500 feet in size, and therefore it exceeds the 7,500 square foot threshold for stormwater review. So the applicant has discussed some options for this, some preliminary options. It won't be, however, until the permit is actually being processed, that these options will be specifically reviewed. The budget for the project will be $2 million. It will supply 40 permanent jobs, both technical jobs and other support jobs. Obviously, it will also generate significant tax revenue. The project is also committed to the MBE, WBE Chicago residency goals. Let me turn this back over to Emily. Let me, while I'm here, just thank Emily and Noah Safranek for their help with this. I also appreciate the North Branch Works, especially Steve Simmons, for its review of the project.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal will not affect the continued industrial viability of the North Branch Industrial Corridor. It complies with the North Branch Framework Plan and is consistent with land use patterns in this portion of the corridor. It complies with the PD standards and guidelines. It includes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. And it promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and zoning map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Steve Simmons from North Branch Works.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed rezoning of 1675 North Alston. As you know, this rezoning would eventually allow for an events venue that could accommodate up to 1,000 people. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. 1675 North Alston is located within our service area. We have spoken with several of the surrounding businesses, including Sippy Metals, Howe Corporation, Vin Chicago, and The Hideout. Our businesses have primarily two concerns, which we shared with Timothy and the applicant. And those concerns really are the lack of available street parking on this stretch of Alston Avenue and the need for public safety and security especially when events could be ending as late as 4 a.m. Also, as a City of Chicago delegate agency for the Local Industrial Retention Initiative, we would prefer that land zoned for manufacturing and industry stay that way. Especially as manufacturing is coming back to the United States. This would support our work to attract new manufacturing firms to the North Branch. These companies create high-quality jobs that do not require advanced degrees and build wealth within neighborhoods. At the same time, I want to mention that we had a positive meeting with the applicant 1675 Holdings LLC. We appreciate his commitment to being a good neighbor and his willingness to work with us on improving public transit in the area. If the rezoning is approved, we want to see the business succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Not seeing any hands go up. Alderman Wagensbeck, do you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Appreciate the time to speak today. We do have a letter on file with the commission, and I first want to say I appreciate the comments and the constant support that we get from North Branch Works, because we work with them very closely on all of the issues in the corridor to make sure that even though it might not meet their exact needs, we are working through specific issues that might affect the manufacturers and some of the other businesses that are in the existing corridor. So a few points that weren't in the letter, but the letter does show that we have no objection to this item moving forward. But number one is public safety. We are working with the owners on a plan of operation, and we expect that to be completed before it goes through the final process. And as was mentioned, this was a location that had an existing liquor license many years ago, which we worked very diligently to try to shut down because they were not good operators, especially in terms of their neighbors. So we expect that the plan of operation and the new owners will work very closely with us to make sure there are no impacts on the manufacturing or commercial or surrounding businesses. Mr. Simmons also brought up the parking issues. We have installed parking meters just to the north of this, and as we kind of come into this space with the redistricting, we'll be looking at additional parking issues. This should be addressed in the overall plans for the Lincoln Yards corridor and the work that's undergoing right now with Lincoln Yards, with a more specific push, I think, from the city, the CTA, taking place with the businesses and our needs for public transportation or public transit needs that need to be met in this area. They've been neglected for many years. As we saw the Lincoln Yards project come forward, there was always talk about additional mass transit that would come into this area, and nothing's happened with that. And what we've seen is a more car-centric focus on the overall corridor. So we're hoping that our ideas for at least an Elston bus route might be met soon in the future. We also have other businesses in the area like the Hideout. They've operated for decades without any issues, and they've been great neighbors in that area. We see that the Salt Shed has come into this just south of this area, and I think the plan of operation and the work that they've been doing has worked out fairly well so far. And again, we just expect the same responsible ownership for this location. We think this is an appropriate business for the corridor, should all our other concerns be addressed in the future. So I just want to say thank you for the time, and thank you for the effort that everyone's put underway with this project. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Alderman. Do the commissioners have any additional questions of the staff, the applicant, or the alderman? No. Okay, Commissioner Dow.
I just wanted to know, is this a private, it's like Soho? Is this a private club, or do you have to have a membership to be?
Nick Kourounos. No, it's a music venue that's ticketed. It's not a private club or a private venue.
Music venue with a pool.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? No. Okay. Then I'll go ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed commercial plan development and proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by 1675 Holdings LLC for the property generally located at 1675 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Motion by Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Dow. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Commissioner Brumfield? Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Dowell? Commissioner Escareno? Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons is a recusal. Commissioner Murphy? Not back yet. Commissioner Novara? Stepped out. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, not here. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Cicho Lopez?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And that is it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Novara, do you want to record it? No, okay, thank you. Noah, do you need some time? Should I go on to the next? Okay. We're on 6. The next item on the agenda is D6, a proposed industrial plan development submitted by Capital Realty LLC for the property generally located at 441 North Kilbourne, 4239 West Fernandin. The site is currently zoned PMD 9 and contains approximately 13.47 acres. The applicant proposes to expand the existing warehouse facility by 81,000 square feet. The new addition will be used for product storage and shipping receiving functions. The warehouse expansion will add 14 new dock positions and reconfigure the existing loading parking area. There will be 66 truck parking spaces along with 35 parking spaces for employees. This is item 22033, and this is in the 28th Ward. Ernest Bellamy will provide the context overview and present the proposal.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ernest Bellamy, city planner in the West Planning Region with the Department of Planning and Development. With me today are members of the applicant team. As mentioned by the chairwoman, the applicant is proposing to expand an existing one-story, 289,825 square foot warehouse facility at 441 North Kilbourne with an 81,000 square foot, 40-foot, 5-inch tall addition. The new addition will be used for product storage and shipping receiving functions. Overall, this will create one unified PD development. This proposal is a mandatory plan development because the site is over 10 acres. The subject site is situated in the West Planning Region. It is located in the Humboldt Park community area and the 28th Ward, Alderman Jason Irvin. As a snapshot of the area of which the proposed PD is located, the Humboldt Park community area demographics break down as follows. Having a total population of 54,165 persons and a median income of $41,536. To be concise for today's proceedings, I will forego the full reading of what's on the screen. Again, the subject site is situated within the southwest corner of the Humboldt Park community area. The subject site is also within the Northwest Industrial Corridor. Zooming in, the site is within an area of Humboldt Park, which is predominantly industrial. The applicant is proposing a rezoning for a development of approximately 13.47 acres of land as seen here. The site is bounded to the west by North Kilbourne Avenue, to the north by West Ferdinand Street, and to the east by a line running roughly 12,000 square feet parallel to North Kilbourne to the east, and bounded to the south by the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way tracks. This industrial dominance of the immediate area is further reflected in the overarching zoning and land use for the surrounding context, being PMD 9 aligning with similar uses. The following is an aerial of the existing context of the site, showing more of the industrial nature of the area and the surrounding context. Furthermore, here are street level views around the site, showing the adjacent warehouse north of the subject property at the intersection of North Kildare or Kilbourne and West Ferdinand, the southwestern edge of the existing warehouse building at the intersection of North Kilbourne and the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. Mid-block on West Ferdinand showing the existing warehouse building. And lastly, showing the northeast corner of the site where the existing truck staging and parking currently happens. The PD is considered a transit served location, eligible development, being located just under a half a mile walk from the CTA Pulaski Green Line station. The site is further served by being located approximately 0.56 miles from the number 66 Chicago Avenue CTA bus route. With respect to the proposed expansion, the following aerials provide a better understanding of the massing of the proposed expansion. This will be covered in broader detail by the applicant team. The views provide an understanding from both the southwest of the site as well as further understanding from the northeast. In terms of regional context, the plan development aligns with the economic development and local job creation goals outlined in the Humboldt Park Staking Our Claim Quality of Life Plan. From here, I will hand over the presentation to Edward Cutts of Taft Law to go over the process for the project.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and members of the commission. My name is Ed Cuss with Taft Law, located at 111 East Wacker in Chicago. I'm pleased to appear this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Capital Realty LLC. Joining me this afternoon, I should say, is Mr. John Holm, who is with Reyes Holdings, who's the operational manager at the facility, Mr. Tom Sukup, who's the architect with Ware Malcolm, and Mr. Peter Lemon with traffic consultant with Kimley Horn. By way of background, this facility is operated by Chicago Beverage Systems, which has been there since approximately 1983. Chicago Beverage Systems is an affiliate of Reyes Beverage Groups. This was an interesting process because we had to proceed down two parallel paths of approval. First, the DPD review process for the plan development. And secondly, because of the new air quality impact ordinance approved by the City Council in 2021, we were subject to that ordinance as well, which required additional reports and meetings. Briefly, the intake meeting for the DPD process was held September 13th, 2022. and the plan development was filed December 14th, 2022. On March 20th, 2023, we held an outreach community meeting for the MBE WBE. I should mention that the applicant has retained Tandem Ventures to assist in the MBE WBE process and outreach for the project. Project went through DPD review between September and May 2023, which culminated in today's appearance here at the Plan Commission. The second process was the air quality ordinance review process. We submitted reports from RUE, the Air Quality Impact Study, and also our traffic impact study in November of 2022. We held a community meeting required January 30th, 2023. It was placed online and open for public comment until April 4th, 2023. We received the air quality analysis and Chicago Department of Public Health recommendation on April 14th, 2023. And we received the traffic evaluation and CDOT recommendation on May 11th, 2023. Essentially, the project changes based upon feedback were improved parking lot design to help eliminate any traffic concerns on Ferdinand and additional landscaping. I would add that we added 109 new trees to the landscape site in the back. And with that, I want to turn it over to Mr. Tom Sukup with Ware Malcolm Architects, who will proceed with the remainder of the detailed presentation. Tom.
Thank you, Ed. My name is Tom Sukup. I'm with Ware Malcolm Architects of Record for this project. How do I click over? You can see from this project right here, it's just all one-story warehouse industrial building. Moving from left to right is the existing building, about 200, little under 300,000 square feet. The white space in the middle is our addition of 81,000 square feet, housing approximately 20 dock positions with a drive-in door on the east side and a parking lot on that side for truck traffic. This is a blow up of just of the actual addition itself. There's a small little office component in the corner with a few managers' offices for operations. Simple roof plan, shed roof, just going to be, and it is designed for a future solar panel component. The elevations marrying up to the existing facility. The elevations and the construction of everything is going to match the existing materials of the building, which is a precast concrete panel. And it'll match the color of the adjacent walls. So it's precast panel all the way along three sides and the dock. And we have windows for natural lighting up high with some bird-friendly frit to assist in that. Some building sections. This is the traffic study, just showing the parking lot on the east side. We have 62 spaces, 66 truck parking spaces, 20 docks, and 35 vehicular spaces, all within zoning requirements. The traffic study has been done, as Ed mentioned. I don't believe any issues were arose. It's the urban design showing the pedestrian traffic. There's not much pedestrian traffic in this area, being mostly warehouse and manufacturing, so mostly along Kilbourne and some along Ferdinand. The landscape plan is, as Ed mentioned, we have over 100 new trees planned for the area around our parking lot and along Ferdinand. The Chicago Sustainable Matrix, we're going to comply with the 50 points required by an addition. And for the stormwater management ordinance complex, compliance, we do comply with the stormwater. And at that point, I'll turn it back over to Ed.
Thank you, Tom. In terms of economic and community benefits, the proposed expansion will cost about $20 million. The current facility has about 300 jobs at the site, although the employees are not all there at the same time. There are staggered shifts. The expansion, the addition, will add approximately 20 full-time jobs. Again, new dock positions were located in the new addition, which will eventually eliminate some truck maneuvering on Ferdinand Street. And the landscaping around the entire facility has been improved with over 100 new trees and new ornamental fencing as well. And again, as mentioned earlier, the applicant is committed to meet the city's WBE goals. And as I mentioned, they retained Tandem Ventures to help them in that assistance. One fun fact I'd like to point out to you in terms of economic and community benefits is that Chicago Beverage System is an affiliate of Reyes Beverage Group, which is the largest beer distributor in the United States. Chicago Beverage System distributes over 10.2 million cases of beer in the Chicago area, and Reyes Beverage Group distributes an astonishing 287 million cases across the United States. So one fun fact for economic benefit to the city of Chicago and the nation. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ernest to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. In conclusion, the Department of Planning and Development reviewed the proposal by the applicant and their team and have concluded that the proposed project is appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed plan development encourages unified planning and development. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The design responds to the most up-to-date sustainability and good urban design practices, including but not limited to energy efficiency and effective landscape. The proposed plan development's parking is broken up into smaller pods that are defined by buildings and landscaping. And lastly, all sides and areas of the building that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate for use on primary public right-of-way facing facades. Furthermore, this project was reviewed and approved by other city departments and agencies, and there are no comments left unaddressed by them, by the team. Alderman Irvin has submitted a letter of support for the project and is here in attendance. The letter of support is on file. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that the application to establish the industrial plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you for your time. Myself and the members of the applicant team are here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ernest. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff? No. Alderman Irvin, would you like to make a statement now?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. As was stated earlier, this is for Chicago Beverage Systems, which is a fairly large employer on the west side of Chicago, providing good beverages for most of the west side of Chicago and other communities around. I'll say this, they've been a positive corporate citizen on the west side. Also been, as I said earlier, a key employer of individuals in the industrial park. The area in Humboldt Park, again, is bounded right near the Chicago Police and Fire Training Academy and is a primarily industrial area. So the use here I think is appropriate for what they're trying to do as well as the expansion of the facilities and the jobs, additional jobs they'll bring to the community. We've had meetings on relation to this matter, and there's been support for this, both from the users of the industrial park and the community at large. And I would look for a favorable designation from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there any follow-up questions or comments by the commissioners?
I'll just make one general statement.
Sure.
I think it's great that as we transition out one company, that there is another company coming in to occupy these commercial spaces. And so just look forward to continuing to keep commerce and businesses here in the city of Chicago. So it's just good to see, and per the alderman, just having businesses continue to be in neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scarreño. Any other comments from the commissioners? Not, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed industrial plan development submitted by Capital Realty LLC for the property generally located at 441 North Kilbourne, 4239 West Burlington, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Do I have a motion? Commissioner Piñeiro, do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay. Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield. Thank you. Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Dowell. Commissioner Escarreño.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Novara. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. I think that's it. Did I miss anybody else? No. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we still have two more items on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is D7, a proposed technical amendment to business plan development number 965 submitted by Scottsdale Center LLC for the property generally located at 7905 South Cicero Avenue. The applicant proposes to add cannabis business establishment as the permitted use, subject to applicable special use approvals. This is item 22179, and this is in the 18th ward. Omar, I do not know how to pronounce your last name.
That's all right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Omar Smailobegovic with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing a technical amendment to plan development number 965 to add cannabis business establishment to the list of allowed uses in the plan development statements. The subject property is located in the Southwest Planning Region in the Ashburn community area. According to CMAP, there are around 41,000 people in the community area. Around 23% are aged 19 and under, 48% 20 to 49, and 29.5% are over 50. The median household income is just under $72,000. The subject property is bounded on the north by 79th Street, on the east by a residential neighborhood of detached homes, on the south by 81st Street, and on the west by South Cicero Avenue. The site is served by CTA bus route number 79 and 3 PACE bus routes. The subject property is a shopping center just under 900,000 square feet. Scottsdale Shopping Center was built in 1955 as one of Chicago's first shopping centers designed primarily around the automobile. The planned development was established in 2005 after consolidating the various commercial zoning districts encompassing the area into a singular motor vehicle-related commercial zoning district. The planned development allowed for the shopping center's current configuration with a big box home improvement store and various retail and restaurant buildings. The only change to the planned development is the addition of language that would permit a cannabis business establishment subject to special use approvals. Cannabis business establishment is an allowed use in motor vehicle-related commercial districts, the zoning district preceding the establishment of the planned development. However, when the planned development was established in 2005, cannabis use was prohibited by Illinois state law and thus not a use contemplated for the planned development at the time. The proposed amendment would bring the allowed uses of a planned development into conformance with the current motor vehicle-related commercial district zoning standards. If the amendment is approved, a special use approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals will be required prior to the opening of any cannabis business establishment on this site. The prospective tenants would occupy existing spaces within the shopping center. No new buildings or any other physical changes to the site are proposed. These recent photos show the existing appearance of the shopping center. This photo shows the existing vacant tenant space that the prospective tenant would like to occupy if the technical amendment is approved and special use approvals are granted. Community meetings about the proposed technical amendment were held in July and August 2022. The applicant's team are available to speak today if there are any questions about the community engagement. The cannabis business establishment operator will be required to follow all City of Chicago licensing and special use approval procedures if the technical amendment is approved. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed technical amendment will allow the existing plan development to continue to comply with the standards and guidelines of the Chicago zoning ordinance. The plan development will continue to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. And the plan development will continue to be adequately served by public infrastructure, facilities, and city services. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for this plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. We do not have any speakers signed up to speak on this item. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Nope. Nope. And we do have a position letter from Alderman Curtis on this item, and it's on file. Again, if there's no questions or comments, I'll go on to ask for a motion. It's a pretty straightforward amendment. So do I have a motion on a proposed technical amendment to business plan development number 965 submitted by Scottsdale Center LLC for the property generally located at 7905 South Cicero Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second? Second by Brentfield. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Did he leave? He stepped out. Okay. Commissioner Biaggi? She left. Okay. Commissioner Brentfield? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Commissioner Dahl? Stepped out. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Novara? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Esposito? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? And that is it. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're on to the last item on the agenda. I think it's a longer one. Oops. The next item on the agenda is D8, a proposed plan development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC for the property generally located at 6206 South Racine. The applicant seeks a change in zoning from RS-3 residential single unit detached house district to B2-2 neighborhood mixed use district, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to reuse and redevelop the existing building, formerly the Wood School. Construction will include a new 4th floor addition in order to provide 48 dwelling units, an approximately 22,000 square foot health center and a community center in the renovated building. The maximum building height of the building will not exceed 42 feet and 6 inches, and the proposed FAR will not exceed 1.4. This is item 22070, and this is in the 16th ward. Patrick Brutus will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. I have a good morning in my statement, but I'll start with good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. The proposed development is located in the Englewood community area and in the 16th ward. A proposed residential business development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC for CPS property located at the aforementioned address at 6206 South Racine seeks a change in zoning from RS3 residential single unit district to B2-2 neighborhood mixed use district to a residential plan development. The subject property was closed by CPS in 2013 and has remained vacant since. The applicant proposes to develop this property into a residential building with 48 residential units, a 22,000 square foot health center, 80 vehicular spaces for parking, and will also offer a community center and 48 exterior bicycle spaces. The proposed FAR will not exceed 1.4. The applicant and their development team are here today to discuss more in detail about the proposed project. Okay. All right. The subject site is located in the Southeast Planning Region in the Englewood community, which has a current population of 24,369 residents with roughly 9,600 households. The average size of households in the community are 2.5% of which, or excuse me, the average size of each household is 2.5, of which 29% of the overall population is 19 and under. The median income for Englewood is just over $22,000, and this community's population peaked at 81,000 in 1960 and has declined since. The CTA Green Line once had multiple stops along the 63rd Street corridor, but now terminates just east of the subject site, just west of the subject site at Ashland, and has a stop in very close proximity to Halsted Street. After years of disinvestment, Englewood has seen new development in the past 5 to 10 years, which has been recently accelerated by the previous administration's implementation of the Invest Southwest initiative. Launched in 2019, Invest Southwest is a program that focuses on an economic development strategy in commercial corridors that drives investment into historically underserved and underinvested neighborhoods and communities across Chicago's south and west sides. Under the Invest Southwest initiative, the department has fostered continued development in this community, and especially at the Englewood Square Shopping Center footprint, where we have seen a series of developments such as the Englewood Connect, which is a co-working space and food incubator project that features the restoration of a historic firehouse at 62nd and Green, and Englewood Thrive, which was passed by this commission last July and is a 2-phase development which will bring new construction of 62 affordable units and commercial spaces to the community. Those projects add to a number of planned housing developments along the Halsted corridor and Englewood Square that continues to be anchored by commercial realtors and retail operators such as Starbucks, Chipotle, PNC Bank, and AT&T. The site is situated on the Racine Avenue corridor and is just north of 63rd Street. Additionally, the subject site is very close in proximity to a very active transportation corridor with active rail and CTA bus stops and routes. Additionally, as you can see, within a half a mile of the subject site are several area schools, as well as Ogden Park. To further illustrate how the development fits into the existing context, most of the land uses in the surrounding vicinity of the project site are primarily commercial uses along the Racine Avenue corridor and 63rd Street, and are consistent with the dominant zoning, which is C, Neighborhood Commercial District. As you heard, there are a number of completed projects and current projects in various stages of development in proximity to the subject site and to another commercial node in Englewood at Halsted. The existence of commercial uses is prominently featured in this part of the ward, community, and redevelopment area. This proposed use is suitable for the site while again meeting the context of this rapidly developing area. Finally, I want to reiterate again that the site is currently zoned RS3 and the applicant is seeking to establish a residential planned business development at the subject site. The site, which is approximately 102,742 square feet, that's the net site, that's the net site area. Calls for reuse and redevelopment of the existing building, which will feature construction of a fourth floor addition to facilitate the 48 units overall. The maximum building height will not exceed 42 feet 6 inches. And again, the proposed FAR is not to exceed 1.4. In preparing for the development to be presented to the Plan Commission, the applicant met with the Department of Planning and Development as well as the Department of Housing multiple times and over the last course of the year, and in January of this year filed the PD with the city. Subsequently, the development team met with and obtained the support of Alderman Stephanie Coleman, who is not here today, but we have provided a letter of support dated June 15th to Noah Hasfrenick, and who will make that part of your packets. As part of their engagement efforts, the applicant also has committed to meeting the city's diversity goals. The project has been submitted as a mandatory plan development pursuant to section 1718-0513A of the zoning ordinance, which states that plan development review and approval is for any residential development that meets or exceeds the number of residential units proposed as part of this development. The project represents a $24 million capital investment in this community. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to the attorney of record for the applicant, Mr. Steve Friedland, who will introduce the rest of the development team and go into more detail on the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Again, for the record, my name is Steve Friedland. I'm an attorney with Applegate and Thorne Thompson. Very happy to be with you today. I will say I want to introduce the team. I think it's only fitting that we're the final item on your agenda because this is a project that has persevered for a long time to get to this point. And we persevered today sitting through a Plan Commission meeting. So we're excited to be here. This has been let me go back to just explain our team. The development is called the Go Green Development, and it really started as a community-based attempt to redevelop the Wood School when it closed almost 10 years ago. And there were 4 main organizations that are represented up here who have been involved in the project. The Inner City Muslim Action Network, also called IMAN, the Resident Association of Greater Englewood, or RAGE, Teamwork Englewood, and EG Wood. Those 4 community-based organizations teamed up with the Gorman Company. Gorman Company is a private developer of affordable housing and other type of residential development. And we're here to present this to you. Let me introduce the team. From Iman is Rami Nashashibi. We have with us representing E.G. Wood, Dion Lucas. Over on the end from the Resident Association of Greater Inglewood is Ashaya Butler. And from Gorman and Company, we have Ron Kluwer. Our project architects here, and I'm going to turn it over to him in a second, from NIA Architects, Anthony Akindele. The next few slides are really just a number of aerial views of the school. And we'll go through them sort of quickly, but to give you a sense, as Patrick said, we're on 62nd Street between South Elizabeth and South Racine. And this was the previous Wood School. Let me get to, maybe I'll turn it over to you at this point, Anthony.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon. For the record, Anthony Akindele with NIA Architects. It is worth to know that this building is an existing 3-story elementary school that has no elevator inside of it. And the existing exterior envelope construction is of concrete block CMU on the inside and the glazed brick on the outside. So in order to bring this project to a much more sustainable condition and for residential enterprise green certification, which we are going for, we have to put additional insulation on the interior walls and enclose it with a drywall. So I just want to mention that before we start. So what you're looking at is, again, existing 3-story with 1 floor addition to make it a 4-story residential. On the ground floor will be equipped with IBAN federally qualified healthcare center, which will have urgent care, behavioral health, dental, oral and dental for young people, as well as a call center for the whole healthcare operations. In addition to the ground floor space, we'll have the entry to the residential as well as management office spaces. So we also now have to carry out an access and include an elevator into the building. So just a background. So what you're looking at here now is the existing, actually the final design for the building. On the 4th floor, we actually add the 4th floor resident with clad it with medium density fiber cement and try to meet with the existing context of the building vernacular. We're actually also proposing, the building has a ribbon windows, because again, existing schools with all ribbon windows. So we are actually proposing to include insulated fiber density infill panels, and the colors of the panels, which you will see later on, will be just complementary to the colors of the existing glazed brick. And also there are 2 sets of parking lots at the site, which we'll see later on. One parking lot is for the healthcare center and one for the residential building. And adjacent to the residential parking lot will be the a small playground, pocket park, a community gathering space. So again, I mentioned the building exterior palette. The colors of the existing building are like brown, gray and yellow glazed brick, and again, not want to rip off the existing walls. So we are going to be cleaning that brick to make sure they are actually look the way much cleaner. We propose to add fiber cement panels so that it kind of blends in with the existing construction for the building. And the 4th floor will just be a white heidi board medium density fiber cement. And then it's also with high energy efficient windows. skip this, in the project timeline, as Patrick has mentioned earlier, initial PD was filed in December 2022, and then the progression of how the design has evolved over time to where we are at the final design for today. I went briefly over the ground floor uses, so it's healthcare and management offices. Fourth floor has the typical floor has a mixture of 1 and 2 bedroom units, and each unit are equipped with laundry rooms as well as storage unit, which complies with the DOH design standard. Typical floors, and then we are replacing the roof again because it was an existing school. There's possibility that the parapet height might be not too high enough, so we're adding additional insulation again to make the building more energy efficient and sustainable. Again, these are just the different materials that I have mentioned earlier, how high performance, medium density panels, energy efficient windows, how we try to, again, make the building, existing building colors as well as the new colors, fill the infill ribbon windows with the panels. And there's also an existing gymnasium which will be converted into a community room as well as a meeting space for the health center. Again, this is just the elevation, calling out the type of materials, the existing bricks, and the windows that are going to be replaced. Different elevations of the building, different sides. The building sections with 4th floor addition to the building. Building section also, and as well as another section. The site is also has a really nice walkable 1/5 mile because it's a health center on the ground floor. And we are proposed to create a walking pad that is overall has about 1/5 of a mile so that the residents can also be, again, have opportunity to just take a walk, take a stroll with additional exercise stations at each milestones of the path. The green space is equipped with playground for part of the families that will be residing in the building, as well as community gathering space at the green space. Again, the existing landscape drawings that shows reclaimed woods as playground equipment, as well as other sustainable materials that we use for the playground. Again, the active passive area in front of the existing building that leads to from 62nd Street, leading directly into the entrance for the building. You can see there how community gathering as well as the playground areas. They are in front of it because the community centers are actually divided into 2. We provide an enclosed non-conditioned space that the community can use, the residents use to access the community space on the ground floor. So that's what you're seeing as the perforated landscape green wall. Again, just the typical floor plan, the community room, as well as the ground floor, the play area, as well as the outdoor community gathering areas. This is just again, I mentioned this earlier, the comparison of the existing materials, which is on the right side, existing colors, as well as our new colors that we use for the infill panels, as well as for the 4th floor addition. So we try to make sure that the building are complementary, the materials are complementary to one another. Then on the building itself, we propose to put an LED light covered with a perforated metal so that you can actually differentiate and accentuate and be able to see the building as, an object of art or some type of illuminated building at night or late in the evening. Again, I mentioned earlier that this building is going for enterprise green certification, as well as decarbonization of the building, that we will have no fossil fuel, no gas inside the building. Everything will be electric building. And then the final one here is about the stormwater ordinance. There are 2 parking lots. Each of the parking lots we have stormwater detention that will lead to down to the storm holy waters. And we have been working with stormwater department, and I believe we have an understanding and a design that has been reviewed by stormwater department. And with that, I hand it over to Steve.
Thank you, Anthony. Again, Steve Friedland from Applegate and Thorne Thompson. The project is 100% affordable. So all 48 units in the development are going to be affordable, and they're affordable at a mix of levels. As you can see on the slide, 9 units will be at 20% AMI. 9 more units will be at 30% AMI. At the 50% AMI unit, we'll have 8 units. And then 60% AMI will be the remaining 22 units. So there will be a mix of income levels within the building. We believe the project provides significant public benefits. As Patrick mentioned, the project is committing to meet the city's participation goals. In addition, as I just noted, there will be 100% affordable housing. There will be construction jobs and permanent jobs that are created from the development. And it's really not on the slide, but just the idea of reusing a vacant school that is, bringing that back into the community as a vibrant use is something we feel very strongly about as a public benefit. With that, I'll turn it back to Patrick.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons, as is on the screen. I'll go through a couple of them here in the essence of time. The proposed rezoning of the property is appropriate under section 17-13 of the zoning ordinance. The proposal would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. The project is in strict compliance with the underlying FAR standards of the B22 zoning designation. The proposal promotes beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods. And finally, the project promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding the project that you're hearing today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential plan development be approved and forwarded to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you, and we are here to answer any questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item. Mr. John Paul Jones from Grow Greater Inglewood. Are you still here? No? Okay. Then we'll go on to questions or comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Pinedo?
Is any portion of the existing building being demolished, or is it completely integrated into the existing facility?
Anthony Akindele again. The exterior envelope is staying intact. Only the ribbon windows are being replaced and being, again, decommissioning from institutional look to a much more residential feel. but within the interior of the building where some walls have been kept and again, in then schools, the hallways are like 10, 12 feet wide and the bays are not conducive for us to as a unit plan. So we're taking down the corridor walls and making them narrower so that we can get enough space within the unit. And then bathroom walls are being demolished and office walls are being demolished. That's the only demolition that is going on. But the rest of the roof is being replaced as well. So that's the extent of the demolition that's taking place.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Brumfield?
My only regret is that this is the last item on the agenda. It's unfortunate that we don't have a much larger audience to see what I think is probably the best item today. I just want to commend first the Grow Green team for your resilience of actually getting this project to this point. It's a good example of how multiple community organizations can work together to come together to actually get a project moving forward. The question I do have for Gorman, just wanted to confirm, and my apologies if this was already mentioned in the presentation, but are you serving as the property manager as well?
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yes, we will be working alongside the Go Green team as the property manager. Gorman and Company is a fully integrated firm, so development, property management, architecture, general contracting. However, because of the local rules, we are only serving as the property manager and the developer and a co-developer at that. So I do want to go on the record to your point. Congratulations to the Go Green team for getting it this far. We're honored that they chose us to be a partner in this project, and we're honored to help shepherd it. So congratulations to them. I hope I answered your question.
No, you did. And I just want to make an additional comment. For those of you who do not know about Gorman, they are an excellent developer in terms of not only just affordable housing, but also rehabbing schools and turning it to affordable housing. Also want to commend you on the great job you did on a school in my neighborhood where I grew up in Sherman Park in Milwaukee. For those of you who don't know about this company, I would encourage you to actually reach out to them. They know how to get these projects done. And more importantly, they know how to manage the properties as well and work with the community. So thank you again. And also thanks to the architecture team that has done a great job on repurposing this building.
Thank you very much. And if I could, this won't be the last time you'll see us. You'll see us hopefully in the next 60 days to talk to you about the Earl School, which is just as long in coming.
I heard rumor of that. Great.
Looking forward to that. So I think we have a few more comments. Commissioner Lyons, followed by Commissioner Novara.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I was curious if there's anyone from maybe the operation side to hear what you're most proud of or excited about in terms of the supportive services and the programming that will be forthcoming here.
Ramin Eshashibi, Executive Director of the Inner City Muslim Action Network. I think all of us are just extraordinarily, excited about not only a project that is going to have housing opportunities for returning residents, their families, but this integrative, holistic kind of approach to healing. So to have a primary care and behavioral health integrated set of services, to have kind of job referral services, to have a training site for those who are coming home, to actually be working with the GCs alongside the developers is a critical part of this. So we see, and I think it's been mentioned before, that this is literally, we've probably been working a decade or so along this kind of vision of integrating this into a holistic set of projects alongside the Racine Corridor. Some of you may have heard of the Go Green Fresh Market, the Community Fresh Market that opened up 1.5 years ago. So this is a part of a larger vision of reimagining a much more vibrant, dynamic intersection that's really in keeping with what the community deserves. I don't know if anyone, Asia or anyone wants to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
I just want to add my comments that I'm so thrilled that this is here before us today. And quick trip down memory lane for me goes back to early conversation with Rami, which is, it sounds like you got to get yourself a development partner and then let's get this through as a low-income housing tax credit deal. And then cut to December 2021, we're announcing 24 affordable housing developments. And this one is one of two where the team spoke to the entire event because, you know, as a development that is an adaptive reuse of a closed school, which we all know have been points of pain in communities. And then to be serving returning residents, which was a goal of ours in that funding round, was just such an amazing combination of things. And so we were honored to have this team speak at that event and talk about the importance of this to Englewood. So I'm so thrilled to get to see this today and congratulations to the whole Englewood team and for this. It's so lovely on so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, followed by Commissioner Tillman.
Just briefly, I want to congratulate you, all of you, for your resilience, right? Because these projects take 3, 4, maybe 5 years, but I just heard 10. So truly that speaks to the amount of work and the will to be able to see it at this point. And I think it's an amazing opportunity to have this project to model for other reuses of vacant, not only schools, but also some Catholic churches. And I'm looking at Commissioner Cox because we both know that we have several Catholic churches that are hanging there vacant. And with this kind of approach, which is not just the housing, but also all the other components, the health, giving a proud home to the returning individuals, right, that they're coming back to play a key role in the economy with, so I think this is something that needs to be imitated and thank you because it's a great model that some of us, we should imitate.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman, followed by Commissioner Cox.
I'm going to be brief and just echo again, thank you for your resilience. It's a privilege to watch these type of projects with communities that deserve quality design, thought, and holistic opportunities for those communities. So, seeing how you're being able to transform and reuse, adaptive reuse of this school is commendable. So just thank you again and congratulations.
Can I just make a quick comment on the record here? Patrick Brutus again. Under the commissioner's leadership, under the Invest Southwest initiative, we are actively looking to where we can actually preserve buildings and communities. And in Englewood, we've been able to do that with the fire station at 62nd and Green, which is part of our first wave of RFPs. With this project here, you heard Gorman and Company is coming back to do Earl School, which is also in Englewood. And then finally, we're working with the housing department on preserving Hotel Toledo to make that another project worthy of preserving buildings in Chicago and in communities such as this where we have great assets to preserve and maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. And thank you, Patrick, for making that point. I would add the Bontemps School along the Englewood Greenway as the next up for adaptive reuse. So this is definitely, to be commended. I too, like Commissioner Navarro, I kind of go back to the first time I was introduced to your aspirations for this building, and we did the long walk around the school and around the neighborhood, and this seemed like at that point, your vision became much clearer and tangible for me. I do remember the conversation about how are we going to get this done, because it really is. It takes a public, private, and nonprofit partnership to do something of this complexity. And so I was thrilled when the Department of Housing could give you that foundation resource that allows this project to happen. And then, of course, you found an excellent private partner and Gorman, and there's far more work to be done. So we hope to see you again partnering with nonprofits, community-based nonprofits, And then, of course, the Go Green on Racine team to bring together 4 organizations to join forces to make something like this happen. I think that's the model that we need to export to throughout Chicago. And there are other groups that are banding together, realizing that they're much stronger as a team than they are individually going after this work. So I think it needs to be underscored the complexity of the partnership that to pull something like this off, and hopefully that will become the model that others will look at. And we have a number. As said, the Aspire Center is being done on the west side with a similarly inspired partnership, and so. I think you're doing a case study, and I appreciate from the very beginning your targeting of the kind of resident that you come back to the community. I must admit, I'm not clear on how you can target a particular group of folks. I'm assuming that you're working that out legally, how that can happen. But this is an exciting project. And then lastly, to NEA Architects, thank you again for the evolution of the project and being just respectful to the character of the building, and to the point where the addition really is a complement to the existing building. So everybody wins here. Again, our congratulations to the team, and we just look forward to the breaking the ground and cutting the ribbon. And we didn't mention it at all in the presentation, the total project costs, but it would be helpful to know that, and whether all of the financing is lined up, or whether there's still a gap that will have to be filled. That would just be helpful as well. I think we just, I don't think I heard it mentioned. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. So the total project costs are $26.6 million all in. All funding is aligned except for an outstanding AHP application, which did go in last week. So we're looking forward to that. And then we did move the DOH soft funding request. That was moved forward to first quarter of next year. So we'll close in the beginning of 2024 as opposed to the end of 2023. But those are the only ones that are outstanding.
Great.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
I think when we look at the renderings, specifically at the very beginning, when you see that there was a school as part of a broader community, and like schools, parks and schools are true anchors of communities. When a school leaves a community, it really leaves a void. And so what I love about this development is that, and because I think there's a park not far at all from there, is that, and I see the pictures about kids coming back and families coming back, that really this completes that picture of community, right? And so it is just beautiful to see it. I think it's just to the top there that complement is there. The reason we exist as, parks and schools are to support families. So having this be then another anchor, and such a beautiful building that families can be really proud of, and to enjoy those amenities that are there, because there's a massive park nearby. And so having families that are going to be coming in and really enjoying everything and completing the picture of entire communities, this is just really beautiful to see. And so I'm happy to hear that it's being replicated and that these buildings are being reused in this way. It's just so great all around. So I want to congratulate my colleagues here at the city too for just envisioning, and certainly all the partners coming together, because this is about building stronger communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Any other comments?
Next up is the parking lot, because it ain't very green for the vibe of the Go Green on Racine. So I know that's a future project yet to be imagined, but yes.
Okay, I don't believe Alderman Coleman is here, correct, Noah? And do we have a position letter from First Staff? Okay, and support, thank you, perfect. So if there are no additional comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Let me just read it. Do I have a motion on a proposed plan development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC for the property generally located at 6206 South Racine, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Novara, second by Commissioner Biagi. Roll call vote. Still here. Barkley is not. Biagi? Thank you. Brumfield? Thank you. Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Scarreño?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Still here. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
And I have a recusal from Commissioner Soto on this one. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And I think that's it, right? Did I miss anybody? No? Thank you. Motion passes. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well deserved. Okay, that was the last item. So this concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Commissioner Cox, second by Commissioner Reyes, roll call vote. Biagi. Thank you. Brumfield. Thank you. Cox, yes. Escareño. Flores, yes. Lyons, yes. Novara. Thank you. Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Reyes.
Yes.
Yes. Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. And Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. We can go home. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:05. See you all next month. Yes. A snack, another snack. Oh, they're taking photos. Oh.